tension high. Defense attorney, eagle eye. Objection shouted loud and raw. Truth unravel world's last straw. Objection overruled, watch it break. Dark secrets, hidden lies, they shake. Psychopath witness loses grip. Killer exposed, truth will rip. Eyes darting, restless sweat they drip. Words are weapons, razors tip. Bloodshot stare, mind unhinged. Justice here, no sins avenged. Objection overruled, watch it break. Dark secrets, hidden lies, they shake. Psychopath witness loses grip. Killer exposed, truth will rip. Crashing down mind's facade. Guilt's fortress forever flawed. Truth's hammer smashes through the veil. Killer's heart in a wooden jail. Objection overruled, watch it break. Dark secrets, hidden lies, they shake. Psychopath witness loses grip. Killer exposed, truth will rip. Will rip. Will rip. Will rip. Courtroom chaos, tension high. Defense attorney, eagle eye. Objection shouted loud and raw. Truth unravel world's last straw. Objection overruled, watch it break. Dark secrets, hidden lies, they shake. Psychopath witness loses grip. Killer exposed, truth will rip. Eyes darting, restless sweat they drip. Words are weapons, razors tip. Bloodshot stare, mind unhinged. Justice here, no sins avenged. Objection overruled, watch it break. Dark secrets, hidden lies, they shake.
Hello everybody, I'm Manakyn. Welcome to the stream. What do you think of the new intro? I literally threw that together in 30 minutes today because I wanted to use the song. So yeah, that's gonna be our Ace Attorney intro. How you doing? Hello! How's it going, Randy? Hello, Holly. Hi, Kioma. Yeah, they just jam it out to the music. I was only gonna do clavier, but then I saw a gif of Apollo nodding, and I was like, you know what? If I speed that up, it just looks like he's jamming. Yeah. Anyway, how are you guys doing? I have a frog in my throat today. I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. You ever have one of those days where you're trying to talk and you're like, is that called a frog in your throat? I don't think. Wait, a frog in your throat is like when you're trying to talk and for some reason everything comes out wrong, right? Good, just eating. Well, now I'm jealous. How are you guys doing? Yeah, I'm actually really full. I had a really late lunch today. I had lunch at like 2, which was also doubled as breakfast because I literally didn't eat breakfast this morning. I generally don't eat too much for breakfast. Like, I usually eat like I don't know, like an egg. You're eating empanadas. I had empanadas the other day, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I had some chicken empanadas that, yeah. Empanadas are good. What is that food that's like wrapped in like a corn thing? What is that called? Tamales? I love tamales. That's what I love. They're like empanadas except they're wrapped in corn. But I like empanadas too. See, you know what? You know what? I think the best food is the type of food you could just hold in your hand, because then you could eat it while you're walking. Like, you know, in New York, they just grab a slice of pizza and go, right? So that's the best food. Like, the best food is the food that you can just eat in your hand. So empanadas are great. Hot dogs are good. Pizza's good. You can't really eat tacos while you're walking, huh? No, because it gets everywhere. Anyway, today we're playing Ace Attorney. And yeah, why don't we just go right to Ace Attorney? I literally only slept for like a few hours last night, and it was actually entirely my fault. It wasn't like I was working or something. I just started watching Crunchyroll and I just couldn't stop. Oops. Oops. Hey, I was looking for the Ace Attorney anime, and then I stumbled onto Kuroko no Basket again. I was like, oh, I haven't seen this in a while, and I kind of just binge watched like half of all the episodes. I watched like 30 episodes. Oops. How's it going, Mystery? Here it is. So I guess we're back. So if you guys remember last time, we were wait, so more importantly, once again, we have to remind ourselves the musical genius that is Shark Boy. Anyway. Yeah, so we went to trial yesterday, and we discovered a few things. First of all, in probably the most egregious case of malpractice that I have seen so far in the Ace Attorney series, Clavier just based his entire case on a lie. And it turns out my boy here isn't blind. He just wears shades because he's cool. And Lamiwa is blind. So the most important thing last time is that during the trial, Lamiwa noted that Darion's voice was heard at the same time as the killing. The guitar be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I wonder if him fumbling his music has anything to do with the shooting. If Darion is the killer, what's his goal? I don't know, but he is in the police agency, so... And this guy supposedly is a undercover super cop. So... Yeah. Hi, everyone. Hey, how's it going, Ash? I'm doing well, how are you? And so, yeah, so... In a twist of fate, and quoting the game, Lamiwa fingered Darion Crest. I feel like that could have been stated a little bit better, Apollo. Yeah, but anyway, so people were so freaked out that suddenly we had to end the trial. Not all of us have corrupt minds. Well, apparently Apollo does. Yeah, so the trial was in chaos. They ended the trial. Darion's probably being detained right now. I hope he's being detained. Hey, Apollo! What?
Well, you know, actually nothing.
Come on, Trucy. You're wondering if Emma's your mom, right? The answer's no.
Maybe not.
The suspense is giving me an ulcer! Oh! An ulcer!
Well, you know, today, the trial, I was thinking, if you gave it a score, what would you...
What? I don't know, 3 thumbs out of 4? I guess I would, I'm just as bad as you.
See, it's so vague.
What are they on about? Machi avoided a guilty verdict, which is something. Though I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. Wait, he's Joey Wheeler.
Red Eyes Black Dragon! Yeah, I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. That's a lot of numbers. The agent registered under that number was Romeo Lataus.
The victim, Mr. Lataus. Who would have guessed he was actually an undercover agent? Ugh, what a mess. And we don't have any idea of what he was investigating.
Well, true, but we know who shot him. Namiwa told the whole court. Wait, that voice just now, it was him. I am sure of it. That voice I heard, talking to Mr. Lataus, when I heard the gunshots. It was him. It was Mr. Darian. It's another mystery. Ooh, Apollo, I love mysteries!
I don't. Why don't you go figure out who your mom is?
That's mean.
Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. Wright up to? I wouldn't mind asking his opinion.
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy.
What is he, some kind of stray that just wanders in and out?
I wouldn't say that, but he's been going out a lot. Some top secret mission, he said.
Top secret. Maybe he didn't get fired from his job, but now he's an international spy.
Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day. And you've got me to help you. We'll be fine.
Fine. Right. Well, time's a waste then, as they say. Why don't we just investigate?
That's the spirit.
God, I love Trucy, but I hate Trucy. We can only hope so Trucy isn't starving. I mean, he's just randomly leaving. I don't know how she affords, like, food. I doubt she knows how to cook. Especially with that plastic plate of spaghetti. I guess we'll talk first. Darian did it. Lamiwa dropped a bomb in court. It was Darian.
Lamramra says she'd never forgotten a voice, right? That's so cool.
I guess.
What's that called again? Elephant ears? I bet that's what they call.
Yeah, I don't think that's what you... It means what you... What? And she has to be wrong this time.
Wrong? Why?
I mean, look. The gunshots were right during the concert.
That's right. I was burning up the dance floor. At least 4 people were escorted to the hospital because of me.
Right, did you happen to look up on stage? Maybe at Daryan even?
You bet I did, but I was more distracted by that convict drummer. He's one of the Gaviniers' guitarists after all. He's so cool.
Oh. Right. All the Gaviniers have rock-solid alibis. Couldn't have shot Mr. Lataus backstage.
Namiwa heard him, didn't she? She heard Daryan backstage, right?
Somebody's either wrong or lying very badly. An Interpol agent.
I was wondering, what is Interpol?
Interpol? They're the guys who catch international criminals.
Why can't they just call them international police instead of making up some silly...
Trucy, really? Trucy. Hey. Context clues. International police. International international.
Exactly! International police!
Yeah. Apollo just doesn't even give a damn. He's just like, yeah, she's just dumb. It's cool. Anyway, you think he was investigating Lemiwa?
What? Why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal, you know. She couldn't be.
Don't be fooled by appearances, is all I'm saying. Have you looked at Manakyn's waifu list?
But remember, I'm a magician. I can spot a palmed coin at 50 paces. But 52 paces is a little bit hard.
If only it were that easy. In any case, we know he was working on something.
I wonder if that something has to do with the something.
Wait, I wonder if that something has something to do with something. Yes, Trucy. No, not the one!
That something being our case. The last something, I mean.
Something like that. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head... I wonder how they would write that sentence in Japanese. Nandemo, nande, nande, nani, nani, nande, nani, nani, nanka, nanika, nanka. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. What is Mr. Lataus up to? Who would this be? That's definitely not Gavin. Or Clavier. Oh! 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 Sure, let's go with that. It's like Emma. You're like, hey, how's it going? I'm Emma. Was that you, Trucy?
It could be.
Trucy, was that another one of your tricks? Was that Mr. Hat?
It wasn't me. I can't even make Mr. Hat laugh.
Well, at least she answered my question. It's the Dark Magician! Yo! Wherever the mundane gives its way to miracles, a word is whispered. Grammar. Look. Okay, it's a working title, okay?
Hey, the other day...
Who's there?
We didn't just imagine...
Yeah, he was just there like for like 2 seconds. He was wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours?
Hardly.
Yeah, do you notice? He has a heart right here. This guy here has like clubs. He has a heart. Trucy has a diamond. We meet again! Yeah, nice to meet you. Who are you? And could you please stop smirking like that? How did you get into my office? I'm a professional thief! Give me your money! Fun fact, you missed the Dark Magician both times.
It's you, Uncle Valiant!
Wait. Uncle? Uncle? Wait, you said you weren't his... He wasn't your friend! Oh my freaking god. It was totally like, oh, is he a friend of yours? Hardly. He's my uncle. It was like, come on, Trucy, answer the question! He's your uncle?
No, silly. It's the
Trucy, you don't know your own uncle's name? Look, it's a hard name, okay?
Valiant Grammary. He is the Dark Magician! The Dark Magician!
Yes, it is I, the Dark Valiant Grammary, as seen on television. And could you please stop smirking like that? It's been a while, Miss Trucy! 7 years to be exact. My, how you've grown. 7 years? That was the same time that Phoenix lost his license, right? The number 7 is very suspicious. 7 years since, Alright, so 7 years since Wright lost his license, 7 years since this guy's seen Trucy, 7 out of 10 is what Concord got on IGN, so yeah, a little suspicious. 7 years is this game 6 months! How's it going, Mr. Dark?
Good to see you again, Uncle Valiant. You look exactly the same.
I hate to intrude, but... What is a Dark Magician doing paying us a visit? I believe it was you who wished to see me. So be quick with your questions. Is he Russian? Because I noticed he has the Adidas stripe right here. And do not quail, quake, or quiver. I am quite Is this guy related to Soseki Natsume? Do not quail, quake, quiver. I am quite tame. Though my stardom may sear the sight. He might as well be related to Soseki Natsume. I'm quite down to earth when the need calls. He does have a certain aura to him.
Let's ask him about the case, Apollo.
His aura sure isn't lost on our magician in the making. She's practically drooling with enthusiasm. Trucy! Trucy, grab a bucket!
After all, Uncle Valiant's one of Daddy's best friends.
Hey, you got a job for me? Nope. I'm unemployed too, because I'm in showbiz.
That's why I call him Uncle.
What? You mean Mr. Wright?
No, I mean my real
Alright, now I'm sad. Now I'm sad. Okay, I guess it's been confirmed. So, Emma's not really your mom?
No, but I wish she was.
Trucy's real father. Okay, confirmed she is indeed adopted. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with being adopted. Yeah, I guess it makes sense, because there's no way Phoenix had a child with Dahlia. Hey, Emma was right! Phoenix really couldn't get Eddie!
Wait, Apollo? Don't tell me you don't know about Troop Gramarye.
Troop Graham, no, not really. Yeah, Dahlia would be a horrible mother. But it does sound familiar. Oh, lost life! Lamentably listless lad! I like alliterations. To not know the greatest troop of magicians on the planet! Valiant Gramarye. The name begins to surface in my mind. Think.
You bet you've heard the name. He made a cruise ship disappear, and he blew up an amusement park.
Like, actually, yeah, there were like 3 lawsuits, I guess.
Oh, and he made all this gold disappear from what? And then he escaped from a high security prison.
You said he's a magician. I open the locks to hearts chained by mediocrity. This is the true miracle of Troop Gramarye. Yeah, supposedly Dahlia was executed, and we have confirmation that Dahlia is dead because Maya was capable of summoning her. Wait,
What, Apollo?
I do remember seeing you on television a long time ago. Weren't you with someone else, like a dude? Apollo, come on. Context clues.
A duo?
Yeah, you had a part. Come on, Apollo, come on. You're dead. Okay, Apollo is dead. So he doesn't mean any harm. Something Gramarye. Yes, Zach Gramarye. A masterful maker of magic. A capable crafter of shining showmanship. Oh, I want to give Trucy a hug. It's okay, you got me now. I'm like your brother, except I kind of hate you. Wait, no, that's exactly like a brother. See? We're perfect, Trucy. You got a family here. Why is everyone so quiet?
Daddy.
Oh, no. See, I hate you exactly like a brother should. Come on, give me a hug. Give your Oni-chan a hug. How old is he? He's definitely not old enough to be a father. I think Apollo was 22. Apollo and Trucy siblings. They might as well be at this point with under Daddy Wright. Once upon a time, Troop Gramarye included 2 grand magicians. 22, okay. So they're 7 years apart. Myself, Valiant, and my partner, Zach Gramarye. And this Zach was...
He was my real daddy.
Trucy's father, a magician. I guess that makes sense. Apollo, you're so dumb. I had no idea.
There wasn't much point in talking about it. Now that he's gone.
Oh. I'm sorry. Oh, that's actually an interesting point here. This is the first time out of the entire thing that Apollo is saying sorry or something. So Apollo saying I had no idea, right, is actually kind of Japanese. For those of you who this is a weird piece of Japanese culture, but in Japan, you don't say sorry unless you are directly responsible for something. So, you know, if like my mom dies or something like that, like people will say like, I'm sorry for your loss or I'm sorry. You wouldn't say that in Japanese. You would just say, I see. Like, and that is kind of how you would show the, show your affection. You just say soka, or it's like, I see. Oh, is that so? Oh, I see. I understand. Right. That's essentially how you would, acknowledge someone's death. So, if sometimes the talking about death in these types of games feels a bit awkward, and you're like, oh, why isn't he trying to comfort her? He is. It's just the Japanese way of comforting. You don't say sorry. So this is the first time he really saying sorry at anything.
No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. I've got my daddy after all. And you make me laugh.
Well, at least I'm good for comic relief, baby. Glad that I'm good for comic relief. Man, I just get a Paul.
Not that I see daddy around much these days anyway.
I've been remiss in remembering my reasons for my visit. Reasons? 2, in fact. First of all, 20% off to my next stay. Why does nobody find us for free? The first being, of course, to see you, Miss Druzy.
You don't know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valent.
I'm sure you are. Not one for modesty, are you? When I encountered you at the Coliseum the first time in 7 years, you were doing law. What the heck happened to you? I could fain not contain my emotions. I wept oceans. And to learn you now defend that poor pianist, that blinded boy, not really blind. 'Twas a hot topic of talk amongst the staff, you know. And defend him you did.
Well, it wasn't all my doing. It was mostly me, but like 5% Apollo.
I'm his defense attorney. Actually, she literally shouldn't even be here. She should be in school right now. Oh, school is for squares. My other reason is this. Is that a VHS tape? Well, you could certainly tell when this game was made. What? I can't afford Blu-ray, okay?
That's a videotape?
Quite so. A recording of the concert, no less.
We only have a DVD player. Well,
Actually, I got a Blu-ray. Look, I'm a magician. I don't make money, okay? I've brought it for you on behalf of Troop Grammary. How many people are in Troop Grammary? Is it literally just you? Will you watch it?
Sugar, sugar.
This again.
Oh, that night in your embrace,
Oh yeah, I'm hot.
when you stole away the keys, my heart held onto so tight.
Wait, where is Machi? Oh, he's over there in the shadows.
Pleasure, but a fleeting melody.
Oh, see, there was the flash. I thought it was just lights, but you can see it's already blowing up.
And wraps itself around me, and now through the air I fly. Whoa! Burning in my heart, fire!
Yeah, baby, we're on fire. Oh God, we're on fire! Man, that is some showmanship. Oh, she's not wearing her brooch! She's not wearing her brooch!
Guitar, guitar.
I didn't notice that the first time. She's not wearing her brooch anymore. I love it. You're like, out, man!
Wow, it's almost as good as it was live. So what's the word? What's the word? Mysterious.
There are more mysterious things than her song going on. Oh, so remember when I said sometimes they bring on like people for consulting? Maybe this guy was brought on as a magical consultant for that that trick. Way more mysterious. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! This valiant Grammary has good reasons to be here today. But I wonder what his reasons were to be at the concert. Come on, Apollo. Think about it. Alright, so you want to tell me about this? So, I was wondering, that stunt in the middle of the song there.
I didn't see a stunt.
Yes, but you're a magician, Trucy. What about the Lammy vanishing and reappearing?
Oh, that? That's like kind of normal, actually. I didn't really notice.
She's just like so used to like...
That's why I'm okay with Phoenix constantly ditching me. I'm used to people disappearing.
So young to be so jaded. A simple sleight of hand. A petite prestidigitation. A modicum of magic from me to you.
So that's why you were at the concert.
Yes. I was there to watch my trick take the air. And to put out any fires in case any guitars catch on fire. Yeah, that was kind of a coincidence. So you're the one who knows how it was done? Are we gonna have to Himiko Yumeno this case again?
No, it wasn't a trick. It was magic. No, don't destroy my trick.
Of course, I am like a deity within the stage as my domain. I suffer no mystery upon those floodlit boards, not grasped tightly twixt my fingers. It is a potent, primeval power I possess. Could you tell me how it was done?
Hey now!
Trucy?
That's against the rules, Apollo. It was magic. No, she's back!
Not during a murder investigation, it's not. Manon, for my illusions are mine alone, monsieur. And besides, it was magic. Also, what? Recall the terrible occurrence that happened later. After my illusion entranced the audience? Don't even ask. I won't answer.
Too bad for you, Apollo.
Whose side are you on? I, Valiant Grammary, now make my leave, Miss Trucy.
There's no need to rush, Uncle Valiant. You should stay a while.
I'm afraid I cannot. I may not and I shall not. I have been asked to assist with an analysis, so I shall slink back to the scene. So you'll be at the concert venue? Correct. If you would call on me, come to the Coliseum. See you later, crocodile. Come on. With a whirl of his cloak and a wink of his eye, he turned and walked through the door normally. I can imagine this guy. He was like, and with that, I am gone. He throws down like a puff of smoke. Dang it, this door's locked. Come on, open up. Come on. Hey, unlock the door.
Well, there you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking.
Right. Valiant Grammary. Got a few more things to ask him. Foremost among them, that bit of magic that made Lamiwa disappear. And how he knows Trucy. And her real Because he's a magician? All magicians know each other. Don't you know that? Alright, I guess we should go. July 9th. Detention Center. Anyone here? Machi may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect. They don't have any decisive evidence. Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have... like I said, what you have to prove is you have to prove the murder didn't take place at that time. That's how you get him out of that. Or you do the classic thing of discrediting the witness. A lot of attorneys, their tactic is to make the witness look like an idiot. That's generally that's kind of like the tried and true tactic. Make the witness look stupid, right? And so it casts doubt onto the jury. I don't know how that works in a non-jury system, but yeah, a very, like, one of the most common tactics when it comes to defending someone, especially in a criminal trial and stuff like that, is just to make the witness look dumb. It doesn't necessarily help them not get a not guilty verdict, but essentially painting the prosecution as foolish kind of, makes people either have more pity for the defendant or turn against the prosecution, that type of thing. It's very common. I was going to bring up a specific trial where that type of thing happened, but I probably shouldn't, because every trial where they paint the prosecution in a foolish... Well, every public trial, every trial that's well known ends up being super political, so I'm going to avoid that conversation. The air vent. And he lied. Lied? He can see. Yeah, but he couldn't have told us. Machi. Speak of the devil. He's like, how dare he call me a I mean... He looks like he's doing okay. I forgot. Why did we come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything. Words are overrated. Feelings are what matter, Apollo. It's kind of hard to build a case around feelings. Your Honor, I feel like my client is not guilty. Not guilty! But since we're here, might as well get what I want to say off my chest. If you need someone to complain to, I'll listen. Man, the world doesn't deserve Trucy. The world doesn't deserve Trucy. Oh, this little angel. I think she's actually worried for me. Why? So, what do you think of the trial today? I'm glad he doesn't understand English. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind. Hey, all's well that ends well. Except we have to deal with the pressure. You have to be more goal-oriented. If he's innocent, we'll win. Not if he's found not guilty. No, if he's found not guilty, we win. Machi might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do. Actually, I'm a lawyer. I studied law at Harvard, and I can help you out here, but... Oh, I mean... Maybe he is a lawyer. I'm glad Lam testified. What a great person. She even got Machi off the hook by fingering another suspect. Darion of the Gaviniers, the detective. I wonder if Machi knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow how it went. If no one told him there's a new suspect, how would he know? Hey!
What is it, Apollo?
No, it's nothing. I could just swear. I've seen that kid at my law school before. I must be imagining it.
Imagining what, Apollo?
It's just... I couldn't help but feeling... I don't know. Machi. He doesn't understand what we're saying, right?
How could he? He's a young Burgundian. He doesn't speak English.
Yeah, but my bracelet, this inanimate object that I got from alien technology, is reacting to it. Where did this bracelet even come from? It's like, is that ever established? He just has a random bracelet that's like made of like biotech from like outer space or something.
Huh. Maybe it's malfunctioning. Or it's scared because you keep making those "I'm so mad" faces.
Was I that bad? Machi lied about not being able to see. But what if that's not all he lied about?
If you're curious about it, there's only one thing to do. You should ask him.
It'll take something big to get him. Some kind of undeniable evidence. All right, Machi. What color underwear am I wearing? Did Maya... I don't know. I mean, let's be real here. Maya's married to the Steel Samurai. Let's be real here. We'll be back, Machi.
So, Machi, you can see, right? Owie! Machi can see and Lamra can't. The whole world's gone topsy-turvy. Ooh. Sorry, Apollo. I don't think we're going to get information out of him. Which makes sense.
Yeah, I guess it does. Hey, help me out here, buddy. A security guard. He stands here, watching this room. His eyes, when he looks at Machi, are gentle. Maybe he has a kid of the same age. Huh. I didn't realize they changed the, convo for that guard. Hey, guard, I need you to secretly hit Machi in the face, okay? Okay, just trust me on this one. Whoosh! Oh, what the fuck, mate? Oh, why you? I mean. Oh, you bloody hell! That's how we're gonna get him. Yeah, but it's interesting to see how the guard dialogue actually does change. Sunshine is that the Blue Badger down there? Sunshine Coliseum. Guilty as charged. Wait, Gavinier. Oh, I see. Can I also yeah, we gotta do more guard lore, man.
What a great day! It's perfect weather for sleuthing.
The Blue Badger is an icon. No, the Blue Badger is not. The Blue Badger is a menace. He always appears when there's a murder. Weather matters for an investigation.
Don't some days just feel like magic days or defense days? Or...
Sure, let's get started.
Right on! Show us your stuff, Apollo!
What stuff?
Your voice training! This is the perfect place for it!
I did enough of that at home, thank you.
Oh, there's no need to be shy. Keep it up and you'll never make the big stage!
That's not his goal. You know, I'm happy in the courtroom. I am a lawyer.
Then you're in luck. because it's lawyer weather today. Don't you just want to face the blue sky and shout, "Objection!"
Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's just go. He's a menace. He's everywhere. Look at that little girl crying. Mommy, save me! What's that creature there?
Ooh, that's the police mascot, the blue badger.
It's life-size.
Haven't you seen them around town patrolling?
Wait, they're real? Oh no!
Even law and order has a mascot.
I'd run from that thing even if I wasn't a criminal. Why does its head wobble when it walks? It's freaky.
I don't think you're showing true blue badger spirit. Come on, Apollo. I gotta introduce you to a guy named Gumshoe.
What happened to Gumshoe, man?
Look, a blimp.
Those balloons next to it have sponsor ads on it.
Let's see. Big sale, all shirts 50%.
It's an ad for the department store next door. Garbage truck? No clues here. Imagine the blue badger in a horror game. And as it gets closer to you, it plays that creepy music. The Sunshine Coliseum's sure living up to its name.
It's huge. Mr. Gavin got to play on this enormous stage. I'm so jealous. Someday, I'll fight my first battle on this stage, too.
Battle?
Well, yeah, it's a coliseum, isn't it?
If you search hard enough, I'm sure someone has. They don't do gladiatorial contests at these places anymore.
Really? I had no idea. I wonder what...
Maybe because people died! Sometimes I worry about her.
Did you know? I read at a 3rd grade level. That's like an improvement from last year.
Look, a massive sign for the Guilty as Charged tour. Giant prosecutor Gavin stares out over the... Is that supposed to be Gavin? He looks like a vampire. Maybe that's the point. Girls love vampires for God knows what reason. Oh, wait. If there's one thing I've learned, the 3 most attractive things to girls are vampires, furries, and serial killers. Guys, this is expert advice right here. If you want to get yourself a girl, either become a vampire, a furry, or a serial killer. I'm sure all the ladies in my chat can confirm this right now. See, look at that. Confirmation. I like vampire. Done. I am an expert.
Ooh, maybe I can take it to the office when they're done with it.
Where would you put it? You couldn't even get that thing through the front door.
I'll put it outside. It'll be good for business.
Just as long as no one comes in expecting us to prosecute.
Well, if anyone comes in looking for a concert, leave it to me.
Is this part of some twisted plan to make her singing debut? You like Rantaro. I mean, everyone likes Rantaro.
Hey, I just said vampires are cool.
Rantaro kind of is a vampire. Let's be real here. Anyway, what are we supposed to do here? Nothing? Oh, I guess we're just supposed to go in. Has no one picked up that earpiece yet? Oh, hello. Do I look good?
She's blind. It doesn't matter.
It absolutely does.
Mr. Attorney.
Lamiwa! Lamiwa!
I'm sorry about today. There is nothing you need to apologize for. You are merely defending Machi. Are you okay? Alone, I mean? Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even robbed of one, we get by. Though it does make being a witness rather difficult.
Okay, apparently she had amnesia after she was blinded. So the question is, was she blinded at birth, or was she blinded at some point and then got amnesia? Because if she was blind, we as humans don't really know how amnesia works. We kind of have like a vague idea, but we're really not sure about how amnesia works, to be honest. So it's like, if someone was blind, but they could see before, even after they got amnesia, I thought it was confirmed she was blind at birth. No, she was blind at birth, but she had amnesia. So when they talk about her like when she woke up, I was born in the dark. She's referring to when she woke up from her amnesia, because she doesn't actually remember her past. Supposedly. I don't know for sure, right? Because they've been lying like left and right, so it's possible that she completely remembers everything. But if she could see when she was growing up, and then she was blinded, and then she got amnesia, and then she was reborn because of the amnesia, would she have like a vague understanding of what a car is? Because when you think of a car, when you close your eyes and think of a car, we kind of have like a vague representation of what that is, right? So it's possible that if she was blinded, if she was able to see before amnesia, she might still have some sort of vague recollection of what things look like in the terms of sight, which would be weird. But, it's just a thought.
Speaking of seeing, you knew who we were before we spotted you, right? And we weren't even talking. I heard your footsteps several times the day before. Juicy, you need to change your boots. They're very loud. Oh. You must have great ears.
Ears that heard the crime taking place. Or she claimed yesterday, but how? One thing I want to do is I want to investigate her dressing room at some point. That was quite a statement you made in court today. About hearing Darian Crescent's voice at the scene of the crime.
I did not know his name, but I never forget a voice. Wait.
Lamiwa, is this a flashback?
Yes, I need to remind the Manakyn. It was him. I am sure of it.
Yo! What the frick is my hair, man?
As I said in court, I was on my way backstage from the stage. That is when I heard the voice.
Guessing Darian and Mr. Lataus were talking?
The next moment, I heard gunshots.
Why didn't you call security?
To be honest though, the noise was quite frightening. I never imagined gunshots might be real. And I was in quite a hurry myself. I left the scene at once.
Where was she going?
It really was Darian's voice.
Yeah, poor Lamiwa, man. This is an often disliked case who I've seen, mainly due to the repetitive... I don't mind the repetitive flashbacks as much, because I acknowledge that this game is, like... This game takes place for, like in parts. So it's like, they expect you not to have played for a few days and then come back to it, and so they give you a flashback. Main character, why don't you... Main character is subscribed to my channel.
met Machi before my debut as Lamiwa. I was singing in a Burgundian restaurant.
And he was playing the piano?
Yes. He was very kind to me when he learned I could not see.
Is that when you started playing opposites? With Machi pretending he couldn't see?
Ah, no. It wasn't then. That began after our major debut. After I became known as landscape painter in sound. Must have been tough for Machi. Why didn't you just talk to your PR dude? Pretending he couldn't see all the while acting as your eyes. We held hands. Oh, freaking lucky piece of crap. He would write his finger on my palm to signal me things I should know. He is a smart, gentle boy.
I think I should see what she's getting at. Machi would never harm a soul. He's a kid? Yo! If I was 14 and I was paired up with this majestic lady, oh my goodness, I would not live to the age of 15. That's what I'm saying. Oh my goodness. About Mr. Lataus.
Yes. He was an Interpol agent, I hear.
So you had no idea, huh?
Of course not. No one did. I guess that's what it means to be undercover. I looked it up yesterday.
But someone was after him. Darian! They had to know who he really was.
Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand.
You have no idea?
I can only assume that he was investigating me. But...
Well, I mean, either you or Machi. What makes you think that?
Perhaps it is not so, but I cannot deny a possibility.
Well, I'd definitely not be able to get with Lamiwa because she sees you as a kid. Well, if I was with Lamiwa, I would make sure she knows that I may be a kid, but I'm 100% man, baby. I'm Lamiwa. Oh, she would fall for me like that. Oh.
Because of my condition. As my present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded from memory.
Clouded, right. Tell me about the darkness.
The darkness that I fear is not the darkness I see when I open my eye.
No wonder she's a singer. Dang, she's just like throwing around lyrics left and right.
The real darkness lies within my heart. For I too know the regression of man. For the wind, it sees beyond my soul.
I gotta be deep to match her. In your heart?
I have no memory of the time before I became Lamiwa. I awoke from darkness, into darkness, you might say. I was singing in a restaurant those days.
What was it she said about not being able to remember the light?
I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past.
If someone has amnesia and they find out they're a criminal, should they go to jail? It's a good question. I don't know the answer to that.
Everything before becoming Lamiwa is lost to me. But I don't think... I can think of no other explanation. Why else would Agent of Interpol approach me?
They most likely will. I absolutely agree with that. And for the most part, I guess they should, because in theory, they did... It's like... But it's also a difficult question. Like, what is the concept of consciousness and self and identity, you know? I guess that's more a philosophical question than it is a legal question, huh?
Why else would Agent of Interpol approach me?
You think your past might be related to your case?
No, that seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, Lamiwa. Or Lamamra. I thank you. Mati too often tells me this when I fear I might have been.
Ooh, I have a good idea. Can you tell me how the trick was performed? We took a look at your performance again. It was even better the second time.
Thank you. That reminds me. There was an incredible illusion you pulled off. Illusion. Ah.
Wait a second. How did she pull that off if she's blind? That must have been even more difficult.
When you teleported, you were like, woo, and then whoosh, and then your soul went into your cloak, and then it was like, boo, and then.
Trucy definitely describes things with sound effects.
Yes, apparently they hired a professional magician.
Valiant Gramarye. I was wondering, think you could tell us how it was done?
I'm afraid I cannot. They made me sign an NDA.
Functionally.
Mr. Gramarye made me swear to never tell a soul. Legally, like an NDA.
I was afraid of that. Do those NDAs, are they legally binding if we take you onto the witness stand and make you swear, under oath? Maybe. Actually, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. How do NDAs hold when you are under oath? Can you just say, I don't want to answer that? I suppose you can. I suppose in worst case, that just discredits you as a witness. But it's not illegal to say, I refuse to answer. You are allowed to be uncooperative as a witness. They'll just kick you out. I don't know the answer.
Hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know?
Yeah, it's just pleading the fifth, but like forcefully. A cop is arresting you. It's like, you have no choice but to remain silent.
I am reminded that I wish to speak to you about something.
Yeah?
When I was walking in this hallway before, I stumbled upon a small device on some kind,
lying on the floor. I picked that up in the first investigation, and they were all like, nah, you know what? We'll just go leave it here.
It's literally right there.
Device? You mean this?
That's been lying there the day before yesterday. I have no idea why you didn't pick it up, Apollo. Might I touch it? I thought as much.
What did you think?
It is one of our headsets. Everyone on staff wears it during concerts.
I wonder whose this is.
We use it for communication. It would be quite inconvenient should it go missing.
I wonder. This is right outside the door, right? Where the gunshots were. I think I remember even seeing it at the very beginning of the before the gunshots, right? So was this one headset picking up everything? If so, we might have evidence like that somewhere. Right? Like maybe when Clavier was playing Objection Overruled, watch them burn, and then somewhere in the middle of the song was it's like gunshots. No, shows the song goes on. Well, hold on to it for you then. Wait, was it hers? We'll give it to Prosecutor Gavin when we see him.
Yes, that is best. Thank you.
Wait, submitting evidence legally? That doesn't happen in this game. You're supposed to keep it in your pocket and then reveal it when you feel like it. Can I put it on? Headset attached to Trucy. Thank you, Trucy. Attached? I'm not some kind of robot. Oh no! Trucy can read my mind! What do you know, Trucy? Everything. I know all the fantasies you've had with Clavier. Everyone on staff was wearing these headsets. This might warrant some further inquiry. Let's actually investigate these. We could go right to his face. Alright, a few things I noticed. It's Apollo. Yeah, you're right, it is Apollo. Alright, so, where is it? Here. She has the brooch here. She has the brooch here. Wait, can we pause? We can't see her mouth here. Here. And then she reappears here without the brooch. I remember this. She doesn't have the brooch anymore. You see that? One thing I want to do is see if it's the same person. So, for those of you who are interested in show business, especially in magic, but in all forms of show business, there's something that I don't know the official term, but it's called the minimum amount of believability. I call it the minimum amount of believability. It's especially relevant in magic, but it's also true of a lot of different types of show business, like shock, like when you shock you or something like that. If you want to pull off a good magic trick, no, it's not plausible deniability. No, it's not a very accurate looking prop. Kind of. It's like, the idea is this. If you want to pull off a magic trick, it needs to be believable that you would be able to do it, right? You can't just pull off an impossible magic trick. If it is too impossible, people will immediately know the solution. Because if it is too impossible, like, for example, if something is too impossible, it's so impossible that there's only one possible way you could have done it, then people already know the solution. A K-Fabe? I don't know what that means. But if there's a magic trick, and it's like, you can think to yourself, it must be possible, but I'm unsure, right? Magic tricks can't be completely unbelievable. Otherwise, they don't work, right? They need to have some level of believability. So that's actually a really big point in magic, from what I understand. I used to like magic, like every kid does. But yeah, every magician needs to, like, when they design tricks or illusions, they need to be believable enough where the audience thinks, oh, it's possible to have done that. I'm just not sure how they did it. It can't be like, oh, that's completely impossible. There's no way they could have done that. Because the moment that happens, the audience will figure out the trick. Because if there's only one, if it's so impossible that there's only one possible way. So for example, if someone magically disappears from one side and then immediately reappears on another side, there's only one way you can do that trick. It's a body double, right? So, which is why when people disappear from stage and then they reappear somewhere else, the magician gives them time, right? So that's actually a really big deal here, right? So, yeah, so that's what I was trying to explain, right? If you've noticed, every single, like, real, like, good magic show, when someone disappears from stage or something like that and they reappear somewhere else, the magician just doesn't immediately say, and there they are. No, they don't do that, right? They will give them some time to reappear. Because now people are wondering, it could be a body double, or it could be another way that she got over there, right? So disappearing acts that you need to give the person who disappears time to reappear somewhere else, so that it's not so impossible that people immediately know it's a body double. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? So, which is why when I was checking out her video, the first thing I was trying to do is I was trying to see if I could tell if these two people were the same. Because where's the magic trick? Here, this is where the magic trick happens, right? Alright, his guitar's about to get on fire. And then he does the flip. Okay, and now she's gone for a while. Right? So we're thinking, it could be a body double, that's possible. But she could have, found a way over there on the other side. Right? She's gone for a while. But let's see how far she goes. It's not that far. She goes to the other side of the audience, right? And there's Clavier trying to put out the fire. I love that. Okay, anyway. The reason why I say this is because I'm remembering, let's see if... Warrant some inquiry attached. How to say Apollo. Poor I know, right? Poor guy. Let's see if there's there. I can think of past. I do not know. Alright, let me actually... You're not supposed to be able to tell them apart. That's the whole point of a body. No. That's not what I'm saying, Mystery. What I'm saying is that if she appeared very quickly, then it must have been a body double, even if you couldn't tell the difference, right? I was just checking to make sure, just to make sure that things were clear or not clear. But, it's possible that it was, it's possible that it wasn't, right? But where is it? Machi, Mr. Lithouse. Why was she investigating the voice? Darkness? Wait. That's where she met him, Mr. Lithouse. Why she... Hear the voice, okay. About Fuscoin, I did not know his name, but I did not forget a voice. Yes, Lamy was. Something the matter here. It was him. He had no way. As I said in court, I was on my way backstage. That was when I heard his voice. I'm guessing they were this. Yes, the next moment I heard those gunshots. Why didn't you call security? To be honest, I thought the noise was quite frightening. I never imagined the gunshots to be real, and I was also in quite a hurry myself. Right? Now, why would she be in a hurry in the third act? Right? I mean, maybe she was in a hurry to meet someone. That's possible. But if she was in a hurry for the reason why I think she was in a hurry, as in, if she was in a hurry because in order to pull off the magic trick, she needed to walk from one side of the stage to the other, then maybe the shooting occurred during the second act, which is consistent with my theory that the reason why we think it was Machi is because the time of we heard the shooting and the actual killing occurred at two different times. Right? So Clavier said, oh, the window was closed during the third act. What if it wasn't during the third act? Right? So this entire case so far occurs under the assumption that everything occurred during the third act. But what if it occurred during the second act? She's saying I was... Oh. There we go. She was saying I was in quite a hurry myself, and, you know, she's not particularly mentioning the second act, but, you know, maybe that's just an oversight on her part, right? Maybe she's not, maybe under the stress, she doesn't realize that, wait a second, the shooting occurred during the second act. Why is everyone saying the third act? Because she hasn't been fully involved in the investigation. I can imagine that she might not realize that the presumption is that it occurred during the third act and not the second act, or maybe she just doesn't realize it at the time. Like, we heard gunshots, she heard gunshots, so she might be connecting the two together, when in reality, maybe it was two completely different sets of gunshots. And that's why I brought up the whole magic thing. Because if it was not a body double, if it was a body double, she doesn't have to rush at all. If it was a body double, if it was a body double, she doesn't have to rush. But if it wasn't a body double, there is reason for her to be hurrying. It's because she needs to get the trick working. Anyway, that's my thoughts. Anything else we want to present? Anyway, let's check the... Right, I wanted to check Lamiwa's first. Nothing's changed, I guess. Oh, they replaced the body, of course. Hey, look, a part of the car. Oh, that's the part they tore up.
That was the part we did the luminol testing on.
Luminol, right.
You know what I couldn't stop thinking about?
Who's gonna pay for the carpet? Hey, as long as it's not us. Maybe the shooter?
I guess it's true what they say. Crime doesn't pay.
Trucy, I can't believe I laughed at that! I would hope the carpet replacement costs weren't the only thing holding you back. Yes, the suspension of disbelief. To an extent, like, there's a concept for it in show business. I don't remember what it's called. There's an actual term for it. This says do not open. Are we sure it was never opened? This was the window where Lamiwa saw the crime. I wish it was that simple.
Kinda hard to see a crime when you can't see. But she did hear it.
Yeah, but the window was closed.
Maybe she heard it some other way?
I wonder why they have a window here, but also it says do not open. It's like, what's the point of the window? I mean, maybe this room is repurposed? Where else could she have heard it from? If she didn't hear it from here... Could she have heard it from the doorway? Maybe. Maybe she was on the doorway side. But then why would she say it was at the window? Why lie about that when you could just say you heard it in the doorway? I don't know. Would she lie? It's a good question. I don't know. I was going to say the vent, but she couldn't fit in the vent, according to the people, right? So no, it wouldn't have been the vent. So she heard it some way. Is it possible she heard it through the headset? Maybe she thought she heard it, but maybe she just got confused at the time where she actually heard the gunshots through the headset? Now that magic's involved, a bunch of windows... Oh, I really hope that's not a pun. I wonder if she heard it through her headset. Right, magic is involved, so we have to kind of change how we think. But at the same time, we also want to stay grounded in reality, right? Every trick is possible, right? Sometimes you just need a secret latch on a piranha tank, so then you can skip through before the piranhas fall into the tank. Yeah. Anyway, we out. I hope the pun is intended. And nothing's changed here, I don't think. Still got this plastic stew. Still got Gavin in a cop uniform. I bet the ladies go crazy for that. Yeah, nothing's really changed here. Let's just go backstage. There we go. In the wings.
That song. Isn't that the one Lamiwa was singing?
Yeah, you're right. The guitar's serenade.
Wow, I'd love to do a show.
The piano is playing? Is it playing by itself, or is there someone there? I can't tell with this backdrop.
I'd love to do a show like this, on stage like this.
I'd come to see that.
The house is full, and as one, the audience sighs with wonderment. There I am, singing my ballad, rose petals swirling through the...
Not that... Wait, aren't you a magician?
Oh, I forgot. I was a magician, wasn't I?
Man, some dedication! I'm gonna be a singer now! Are you playing? Aha! If it isn't Miss Trucy, and indeed it is!
Uncle Valiant!
What exactly are you doing here? Were you playing the piano? I take real responsibility in tasks undertaken. I am inspecting my equipment of illusion to make sure naught is amiss.
The Lamia teleportation illusion.
Should anything go wrong, it would reflect poorly on me and my trope. I mean, I would say the trick went off pretty well. If it wasn't for this murder, I wouldn't have noticed the brooch. As I went about exacting my examination, I happened to notice that piano. And I remembered that fair lady's Oh, he was playing.
Hey, Apollo, maybe Uncle Valiant can shed some light on this whole thing.
Please tell me about the trick. Please tell me about the trick.
I was wondering about the show on the night of the murder. Yaliao's vanishing act was your illusion, right?
Indeed! The purple prosecutor petitioned my performance! At the climax of the song, he said, make her disappear. Like a dream. Like a dream. Yet, what can I work on with a stage meant for musical endeavors? Oh, that's a good point, right? Valiant had to, create something new because on his shows, everything would be set up for all his tricks and stuff like that. But this is, currently, they're playing music, right? So it would be difficult. Yeah, he would have to create something new. Also, I'm pretty sure he's Russian because he's wearing freaking Adidas. There are none of the conveniences of a stage built for sorcerous acts. It was a challenging task, and so I accepted. I was welding that thing all day. But in order to move, you'd have to have used some sort of secret tunnel. Secret tunnel! People come to me because I am a professional among professionals. My illusions are custom-made for a time and place. Now, because of the murder, all the eyes of the nation are on this concert. Not a bad thing as far as the fortunes of Troop Gramarye are concerned.
So you were here checking on the trick to make sure it all went well.
And went well it did, except someone died. But that happens sometimes. That's show business, baby! Now, speaking of pianos. That piano over there troubles me. It troubles you? Why? Why do you ask? Why? I didn't ask anything. I think it's probably quicker if I just go check it out myself. Please, ask me. Come on, ask me. You want to know, don't you? I'm just gonna go over there. No, I'll tell you. You just gotta ask me. Come on. Don't you want to know? I know what you're thinking in that head of yours. Grammar, you say? I recall seeing him on television. Something of that sort. The only Russian I see. Dang it, stupid puns! Actually, yeah, you're right.
Wow, he just read your mind, Apollo!
Or everyone tells him that and he made a good guess. It was 20 years ago. A young magician, a genius of his time, came down among us. Hey! Hank... Why is this dark music? I thought magic would be happy. Because he was the real dark magician. He sacrificed his soul to the ancient Egyptian god Slifer the Sky Dragon and became Magnifi Grammary! It was he who began the great troupe Grammary. At his prime, not a day passed that he did not play upon the screens of every television there was, the general public not understanding the amount he had to sacrifice for his power. I do have a vague memory of someone like that on TV. Yet several years ago, that time came to an end. My troupe pulled a vanishing act. Yes. Cries for magic no longer heard. TV screen, a barren waste, stripped of illusion.
That's not true. I still went to all your shows. Like that one in the parking lot down at the supermarket.
Oh. Oh man, that's when you know you're cooked. Oh. When you start playing in the supermarket parking lots, you kind of know you're in trouble. We honed our skill at these small venues, always awaiting our time. Yes, one day we will rise from obscurity onto fame's shining stage once more! I do this not only for magic, that is Grammary, but for my partner. You mean... Yes, Zach Grammary. Trussy's dad. Before he disappeared 7 years ago, there was no name higher than Grammary in show business circles. None. I will see us return to glory! I, Valiant Grammary! Tell me more about Zach. I did not expect this to be Trucy lore, this stream. Our founder, Magnifi Grammary, was a true genius, a worker of miracles.
I'll never forget the one I saw when I was little. He made that whole jumbo jet go, what happened to...
It exploded and 7 people died and, well... After he got out of jail, he was magnificent. Apparently, someone doesn't remember it as well as they thought. We were bound to get Trucy lore, that's true. Of all the would-be magicians who came to his door, only Zach and I had the talent. And in no time at all, Valiant and Zach were the shining stars in the Grammary crowd. I wonder if he has anything to do with Zach's disappearance. You know, there's always like a jealousy between brothers thing going on in every circle.
Cool, huh? And Zach Grammary was my daddy.
Now that Magnifi and Zach are gone, I have but one wish.
Let it be I, valiant Gramarye, who brings the Gramarye miracle back to the big stage.
I wonder. I mean, it's not obvious. I'm not gonna just randomly suspect a guy for trying to disappear another guy, but you know, you just always got to be a little bit careful. I'm rooting for you.
Miss Trucy, you cannot grow up quick enough. I need your skill by my side.
One skill coming up. Objection.
How do we get off topic of the case?
What? I've been practicing my pointing.
No, not move. Present. Were you wearing one of these? No. Oh, actually, you can expect this, huh?
10-4, that little buddy. This is Trucy reporting in. Over.
Why the sudden silence?
One answer.
Don't be silly.
What good is a receiver that doesn't receive? That's like Emma not performing forensic investigations.
You make her sound like she's some kind of forensic investigation machine.
Hey, don't say that about mommy.
Unless she's a super high-tech android that runs on Snacku. Oh my god, they replaced her.
That's what happened. That's why Emma is so smug now. Cause that's not Emma. That's actually a robot. We've solved the mystery.
Were you wearing one of these? Words cannot express my shock and chagrin. All I can see before me in this is this stage and me upon it. Nothing smaller, nothing less radiant catches my eye.
True. You're getting up in years. Not much time left. Trucy, don't say that.
This is not how I was seeing it. So he doesn't care what I have to show him. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we'll just check out the piano.
That's one big piano. I've never actually...
Your dad's a pianist. You should get Mr. Wright to teach you sometimes.
No good. He can't play either.
Gotta feel bad for him.
Maybe now's my big chance. Stand back. This could be the debut of a prodigy. Ew.
Did you make that noise just now?
Let me try it again.
You know, she's not bad.
I think something's stuck in the piano. Time to take a look under the hood. Vroom, vroom. Oh, look. Someone was smoking.
Is that a freaking lighter? Who smokes? Maybe Lataus smokes cigars.
Looks like some kind of switch.
Someone must have thrown it into the piano. Found on stage. Okay.
Yeah, it's a lighter.
Kind of? The switch sitting here is tempting me to...
Oh, the switch sitting here. It's tempting me to push it.
Don't! You might blow up the whole Coliseum!
Apollo, please. You think every strange switch triggers a bomb. Machi was the one playing the piano, that is true. That kind of old-fashioned crime drama thinking doesn't cut it in our busy times.
All right, Trucy PI, please enlighten me. What do you think the switch does?
It's a red button! I need to push it! Maybe it turns the electronic razor on in Prosecutor Gavin's dressing.
A switch as big as a razor to turn on a razor. Okay. Gavin comes in. Hey, you found my razor button. Thanks, guy.
I still
can't believe we found Machi and Mr. Lataus up on the tower.
Yeah, I used to not like how high places. Now I hate them.
It's not like it would have been nicer if we found a dead body closer to the ground. Though that reminds me, Daddy's bad with heights too.
Huh, no kidding. I wonder why. I bet you it has nothing to do with like a trauma of falling off of a bridge or something.
He took me on a Ferris wheel ride once, a while ago, you know? Halfway through, his face got all green and he mumbled objection over it.
Objection. Objection, Shabra. Objection, Shabra. Objection, Shabra. Objection, Shabra.
Do you know what the best part was? After falling off of the bridge, the biggest problem with him was he caught a cold. I think that's all we got. Back to backstage. Hello. Alright, so should we look for the Gavin's electric razor? No? How about dressing room again? Nope. Maybe we can talk to what's his name? Darian at the detention center. Anyone here? Oh, maybe we could present something to him. So we found this in the piano.
I think he said, "I'm sorry, I cannot speak your language. You are a very beautiful fair maiden."
This is why I don't trust translators. Or localizers. Or the localizers of the Phoenix Wright series.
So are we in Japan or in America, Paulo?
I don't know, Trucy! Phoenix was really lucky he didn't break a leg. I know, right? Localize this. Anything more to talk about? Oh, I know. Maybe... What do you know about the Switch? Never mind. Anything else? Will you tell us more? I was wondering about the stunt in this video, right in the middle of the song. I didn't see a stunt. Oh, that, I guess. Oh, okay. They already said this in the other, at the office. Simple sleight of hand. Yes. Twirly. So that's why you were at the concert. Yes. I was there to watch my trick. So you can tell me how you did it. Well, you can't just ask that sort of thing, Apollo. Trucy, it's against the rules. Not when you're dead. Well, you might have a point there. Oh. I think it is Neil. Not when it's during a...
Well, you might have a point there. Will you tell us, Uncle Valiant?
It is against all that is sacred to inquire as to how a trick is performed.
Okay. So you can tell me...
Okay, so you tell me how he did it, Trucy.
But I don't know.
Come on, you're a magician! Are you part of the same secret club?
No! That club only meets once a month at 9 o'clock.
I guess we're not getting anything out of him, huh? Let's examine more here. We still have that bass case. Now that's a big instrument case.
That's a contrabass.
You can fit 5 Trucies in there. Yeah, it's the same text. There's a soundboard. Look at all the electrics. They must be sound related. Doesn't it seeing a bunch of machines make you want to fiddle with them? Can I, Apollo, please? No, no fiddling. You'll break something. If you're gonna make an omelet, you gotta break some eggs. That's what Daddy always says. These eggs look expensive. We investigated that. I don't think this matters. Oh, it's a ladder. That's a ladder. Not a moment I'm likely to forget anytime soon.
Me neither. I'll never be able to climb another tower again without thinking about it, you know?
I'll never be able to climb a tower again, period. I love how Phoenix and Apollo are both just like cowards and idiots. When they're the main character, at least. I don't think there's anything else we need to present to him, so... Oh, I know, I have an idea. Well, first let's investigate here. That's the Blue Badger. Soda machine. That would be the Blue Badger, the police mascot. There's a guy outside in a giant Blue Badger costume lumbering about. He stands out even more than the Gavinier posters.
It's all the same. He's the band mascot, too.
I can't picture Prosecutor Gavin going for that kind of thing.
Neither can I. But apparently there's this guy named Gumshoe who convinced him. There's a story there just waiting to be told.
Yeah, listen to me, Prosecutor Gavin. Just hear me out here. This guy is gonna make you millions. Yeah, I can see it now. Prosecutor Gavin and the Bill Badger. Yeah.
What do you... mixing board, maybe? Think you could tell me about this? Apparently she doesn't know. I hope we see Gumshoe again. Although he would look a lot older. Maybe he'd be like a jaded Gumshoe. He'd be like, hey, he would be like, hey, pal. And then, like, now, like 7 years later, what do you want, pal? What do you know about this? Alright, she doesn't know about that either. Seeing Gumshoe would be nice. I hope he's still happy-go-lucky, dude, even after, like, years on the police force. You might see him, you might not. Who knows? Maybe we should examine the doors? Salamiwa's room and the scene of the crime. Kind of lightly guarded for a crime scene.
I'm not complaining. Makes it easier for us to investigate. And Emma gave us her okay, right? We can wander in and out and in and out and in and out and in and out and in and out.
How is Emma doing anyway? Hope she's not getting cavities from eating all those chocolates. Dear Apollo, I can't help today. Am at the dentist. I can't think of anything that we need to investigate. Are we missing some? Someone drew the Gaviniers in lipstick. Oh, okay. Lipstick. I like to wear lipstick. You wear lipstick? Daddy won't let me. Not until I learn to play the piano. Alright. How about the other room? Anyone here? No? It doesn't give me like a new prompt, so I don't think it's supposed to. I don't think there's anything here. Seeing these mirrors lined up, maybe ask her about the brooch. Didn't we already ask her about that last time? Looking at all the makeup.
All I know is they sure don't make much for a clue.
I guess she's not into makeup again. Or yet. Sure, we can check. Here's your brooch. Do you think you could tell me about this?
No, I have never seen this before. I have no idea what this is.
Talk? Oh, maybe, we have something new to say on the stage. No. So we have the headset here. We have this, but he won't talk about it. He won't talk about that. He won't talk about that. We asked him about this already. Let's ask what's more. I didn't see a stun. Oh, that's right. Okay, simple prestidigitation. That's why, Baba, you, so can you tell me how it's done? You can't just ask that, but it's against, not when you're doing a murder. Well, you might have a point. Will you tell us? Right, it's okay, tell me, but I don't know. Come on, you're a magician, aren't you? Part of the secret club? Oh, too bad. Okay, yeah, we've investigated everything on the stage, too. Okay. The gun. Autopsy report. We've asked him about the headset already. Maybe go back to the office. Let me just let me ask her one more thing. Headset. Can I ask you about this headset, Lamiwa? You said that all the concert staff were wearing one.
That is correct. You need them to communicate across a large stage. Everyone on staff had one, of course. And all band members too, I think.
So Prosecutor Gavin and his lackeys.
They're quite helpful, though limited. They only work within 30 feet or so. After all, their only use on stage. A strong signal would interfere with sound system.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. You'd think someone would notice if they dropped their communication lifeline. So why was this one lying here? Was that it? She doesn't know anything about that, and she won't tell us about this. Let's try again. It was even better the second time. Thank you. That reminds me about the illusion, where you teleported from one side to the other. Ah, yes, apparently they hired a professional. I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done? I can't. You maybe swear. Hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret. Tell me about your postcard. No? Okay, oh well. Alright, maybe asking her about the headset did it. Let's try Lamiwa's dressing room first. Hey! Look at that. I know those sounds. Uh-oh. There's only one person I know who can munch with such venom. Oh, God. Oh, no! Hi, Emma. You're looking as grumpy as ever. Oh, I'm supposed to hammer. You guys give me the second degree in court. Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool. Talking about the bloodstain that Mr. Lataus left. My department chief had a field day with that one. Even a blind person could see that the shooter wasn't blind. Huh, funny guy, huh? But that bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all. Now we know that Mr. Lataus was really with Interpol. We wouldn't have found it without you. I suppose. Maybe that's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me. Chief, can I have a bonus? Here's some snackoos. Yay! Said it was my reward. Are chocolate snackoos popular down at the precinct? I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again. Well, I guess. I'm gonna find the courtroom, Mom. Though I did find something strange. Something strange? Tell me. First tell me about the trial today. I met my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? How? I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year. I don't think that's how it works, but I mean, who knows? Maybe Trucy understands something that I don't. If only it worked that way. Exactly. Just bugs me to think that little kid outsmarted me. Makes him even more suspicious now that we know he can see. He could have seen the air duct and he could have shot that revolver. But that's not how it sounded in Lamara's testimony. You mean her saying she heard Detective Darion's voice at the scene? Yeah, that's right. Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing once in a while in this country? Why do they always have to be like getting hit with thinker statues or getting hit with a thinker statue? It's weird that that happened twice, really. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Was it true what you said in court? You know about the case? About how everything has happening according to those song lyrics? The guitar serenade, you mean? I found the link, you know. It was me. It was all me. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped key ring was stolen. Then Lamara flew into the air. And then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught on fire. And then a bullet took his life. And then he went to the sky with a guitar. Well, 15 feet up. What's crazy is that the thinker was a custom. I know, right? Literally a custom-made statue, and it was used twice. Ace Attorney normal murder case challenge. How's it going, Reggie? Reginald? It's kind of hard to chalk it up to coincidence, huh? I know, and I found it. You think the same person did all of this? Yes, it was me! Trucy. Don't ask me, I didn't do it. Neither did I. I couldn't fit through that air vent anyway. Look, I'm on a diet, okay? I'm trying. What? You all think I did it? Sometimes I worry about that girl. I don't. She acts like an idiot, just like you, Apollo. So what did you find? It's so little I must have passed over it yesterday. Is that a bomb? What the frick? I found it under the sofa. What is it? Part of some device, I think. I haven't had a clue what. The bits sticking out from the end looked familiar, so I had it examined. Turns out, it's an antenna. Ah, I see. Oh, like on a beetle? Tracy, you're so dumb. Like on a cell phone. This device must use an electronic signal of some sort. An electronic signal, you say? Apollo, can I push the red button? Shall we push the red button? Oh, can we just push it? Push. Push it. Push it. Push it. Or not. Maybe we present it. Do you think you could take a look at this? A small device. Looks like a transmitter. A transmitter? You press the switch here, and it sends out a signal. I wonder if that does anything. Well, I can't think of anything that I was just thinking of that needs a signal or anything. Wrong switch! No idea what it's for, though. A signal? You mean an electronic signal? What is it, Apollo? Say, Emma, you know that strange object you said you found? Oh, this? She's holding it, Apollo! Ow! It's on fire! Emma's device is on fire! What's the big idea? Wow, Apollo really saw a bomb and said, you know what? Let's ignite it for science. The first and fourth case of the game hard carried. I really like the first case. The second case, I actually kind of like the second case. I liked all the cases. I mostly like the second case because of Alita Tiala. It's too bad that she's in jail. But I mean, we could make it work. We could make it work. I think it wasn't gonna. How's it going, Arcane? It's a flamethrower. I guess it's a. Is it a flamethrower? Well, it's definitely some sort of lighter. It's just not the lighter. Exactly, like you were saying, it's a lighter, just not a lighter. Well, now we know what it is. It's an igniter. That rhymes with lighter, right? It nearly lit me up, that's for sure. Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. I suppose. At least we're getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo. Let's ask Emma more about this switch after we treat her third-degree burns. When has igniting combustible materials ever gone wrong? Especially when they're densely packed. What are you trying to do? Burn me alive? It was just a few sparks. Says you. You weren't the one holding it. How about this? You hold it. I'm gonna press the button this time. No. There's enough sparks around here with just you two talking. Anyway, no, I do not love you, Apollo. Now we know this is a remote for an igniter. And now we know how what's-his-face's guitar got lit on fire. I assume. I mean, this was under the couch, right? But it's very possible that it was, it was originally in his guitar or something. Why would it be under the couch, though? Let me see that for a second. Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. The signal's weak, probably only reaches 30 feet. Isn't it so coincidental that we're using 30 feet for both the headset and the igniter? A transmitter, huh? Remote trigger. Incidentally, if you look at the cross-section diagram of the stage area... Ooh, that's what we're talking about. Let's see. 30 feet from Lamawa's dressing room. That covers the backstage completely. Were there any other fires? I mean, I know that people who have PTSD confuse popcorn and gunshots. So maybe this thing was under the sofa and it lit something that exploded. Bam, bam! And then it sounded like gunshots. Right? Right? So maybe this thing was in this dressing room to... The lighter was in the dressing room under the sofa to cause the gunshots, to make us think that it was at that place when it was actually when the gunshots occurred at that time when it actually occurred at a completely different time. So maybe this wasn't how his... I mean, there are a few options. Number one, it's possible that his guitar was caught on fire like this. But if his guitar was on fire, I can imagine the machine would go with it. Right? Because he didn't stop the fire, right? Right. It also looks like it would cover part of the stage. I want to see. I know I love looking at, yeah, he didn't stop that fire. Yeah, there's no way he stopped that fire. Okay, so if this thing was in the guitar, chances are it would have burned up with the guitar. Right? I can't imagine that this device we're holding was in. Now, it might be a similar device in his guitar, I'm not sure. But at the very least, I don't think this device would have been inside his guitar. Didn't he say he had a custom-made guitar or something like that? We should chat with him at some point. Hopefully we chat with him at some point. It would cover the stage. He's slamming his guitar like a rock. I know, right? How's it got slippery? Okay, so it's interesting, right? What's really interesting is we are aware that the dressing room is very close to the stage, actually. It's actually a lot closer to the stage than we think it is, right? It looks like, you know, the dressing room might be really far. I thought it was like behind this, but it's actually really close to the stage. Dressing room 1, dressing room 2. It could reach the piano. Yeah. And the switch was found at the piano, which means it could reach dressing room 2. It could reach dressing room 1, most likely. This looks like it would stay in the circle. What is this line right here? Is that like the air ducts on top? I don't know. Is this how Machi escaped, or how they think Machi escaped? It occurred in Lamiwa. So how they think Machi escaped was was in dressing room 1. They went up here, and then he used an air duct to go this way, or maybe he used the air duct to go that way. It doesn't really matter either way. It just thinks, which means there was, if that is part of the air ducts would go all the way across like this, right? And is this where Lamiwa reappeared? Right, she reappeared at a tall tower, and so first of all, sucks for the guys who bought these tickets, because they don't see like half the concert. It kind of seems unlikely anyone would use this on stage. Yeah, but it was found on stage. Guess it'd be best to get on with my investigation. We're off to look for more clues elsewhere then. I feel better just knowing what this thing is now. Are you yeah, I'm going to the hospital. My hands are literally falling off. I'll have to look into the igniters a bit more later. Good luck! I'd like to know a bit more about igniters myself. They're all becoming terrorists. Alright, let's go check it out. Alright, here. Yeah, this looks like a fuel canister. All these little parts, it's pretty complex. I'm guessing this is where fire comes out. Other than that... good thing machines run even if we don't know how they work. That's what Daddy always says. It's not really a saying you want to go around repeating, Jersey. I also noticed there's an alarm here. Is this an alarm or a battery? I'm also curious if they actually soldered it correctly. No, it's totally not soldered correctly. Because the wires should be connected here, but there's only one wire connection right there. This is like super makeshift. Like this is not something you bought at a store. This is something you crafted by hand. So let's just be clear on that. This is... Yeah, and once again, there's an alarm. This looks like an alarm for someone who has played with these kinds of like little circuit crap when I was younger. Yeah, this is probably an alarm. This is probably a fuel canister. Maybe the battery's in here inside the antenna. So it activates this and then it activates that. Maybe. Anyway. get out of here. All right, thanks for your help. Maybe we can go back to the... Oh! I have an idea. Hey, can you... Oh, I wanted to present Machi. I was wondering if she could, if we could, ask her to translate for us. Dang it. Let's check the stage before we go. Yeah, you can't present profiles in this game, unfortunately. Unless specific... Oh, true. True, like in the cases. I guess we'll just see if we can head back to the detention center. That's not the detention center. I can imagine what Trucy's doing. Why do you keep walking in and out of the stage? I don't know! Whoever's controlling me is telling me to! Oh, something here. Why is he walking? Why is he walking outside right now? What the frick? You should be freaking detained right now. What? Meh. What? Come to laugh at the murderer? Dorian, hey. Yeah, why was he not detained? The old bag opens her pile and wham, bam, my life goes down the chute. Thanks. They won't let me work while I'm a suspect. They're not letting you work. They shouldn't be letting you walk around in public. Okay, maybe because he's a detective, he pulled some strings or something. Dorian's not in the best of moods, is he? Not many people are these days, it seems. I am! It's a crime scene. Not exactly the happiest place to hang out. Let's go to Disneyland later. Then Gavin had to go rub the salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid! Rock solid! So, why are you out here and not behind bars right now? I guess I'm not sure how being detained for a criminal investigation works. I mean, you can absolutely be detained for suspicion, but he trusted you and he's mad at you. I didn't do anything! Oh, you mean Gavin. Well, yeah. About your alibi? You have to ask? Look at my hair bounce! The shooting happened in the middle of the third set! Yeah, that's right. The music was blaring when we heard those gunshots. And found Mr. Lit, which we now know was likely not actually to be gunshots. It might have been the igniter, which caused something to explode that imitated gunshots. I've got 10,000 witnesses who saw me too! Right there on that stage. Your guitar playing was something else, especially when you screwed up at the end. Thanks, little lady. See? Whole thing's a sham! I can't believe they aren't letting me work! You need to yell at me. It's Lamiwa's fault. She was the one who said she heard the voice. She was the one who fingered you. Man, I never even talked that old wind back. Oh, how... Okay, no, he did it. He did it. How dare you? Lamiwa is a beautiful lady, and she deserves to be treated with respect. Okay, Dorian? Perhaps she may be my future wife. But, who knows? How could she possibly identify me? They won't let you work? What are you, dumb? He won't let me work! Gavin says I gotta lie low until suspicion's cleared! What suspicion? They give me such a stick in the mud. Mr. Gavin, a stick in the mud? Well, then again, if you find a really big stick on the ground, it's super satisfying, so I totally get that. He may look all flashy and showy, but he's straight as an arrow.
Are you sure about that? Apollo's like, are you sure about that?
Except when it comes to you. You hear him whining the other day?
Oh, you mean with the mixing board? And then there was that performance right now. What was that all about? This part's off. What is that? Huh? Rhythm guitar, huh? You don't want to inflate the counter. Man, if you added a questionable every time I was questionable, it would be infinite at this point. It was you, Darian.
He's just a perfectionist. Not a bad guy, really. Well, I think the Gavineers are the best. I have all your albums. I literally discovered you guys 2 days ago, but I have all your albums. Band's fine, too. Gavin can write a good tune, I'll give him that.
Come to think of it, I haven't seen him around.
Oh, him? He's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely.
Prosecutor's office? I've never been there.
Do we get to meet Edgeworth?
Is Edgeworth even around, or is he, like, back in Europe doing whatever he was doing?
The date on the victim should have come in from Interpol. Normally, I'd be down there dealing with it. Normally. Let's go check it out. I've always wanted to see the prosecutor's office.
Maybe it's not such a bad idea.
Right on! Say hi for me, okay? Oh, and screw you! Yeah, now let me do my hair. And tell him I went into that crime scene.
No?
Hey, wait!
Yes. Hi there.
What do you think really happened? Really? You don't think I did it, right?
Well...
Great. Way to instill a guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping it up on stage when it happened, okay? Ripping! Don't get led astray by some siren song, eh? Get this one wrong, and you'll be eating humble pie for a year. I'll have bake it myself. Let's not talk to him anymore. He's my least favorite band member.
He's one stone I'd leave unturned if I had a choice. I think he is threatening him. Save me, boyfriend! Save me, Prosecutor Gavin! Oh, there's the guitar. Dang, look at all the guitar. Look at all the other guitars. Okay, frick you, man. Why do you have this? What the frick is this chair? Yeah, wasn't it you who fumbled guilty love, Darian?
So, this is it. The Gavineers' head office.
It's not the band's office, it's the prosecutor's. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy thing? Object? Whatever.
Looks like Prosecutor Gavin's on the phone. Guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide behind the bookshelf real quiet like.
That's eavesdropping.
What? We'd just be waiting quietly so he doesn't notice while we listen to his every word. What if we heard something scandalous about the band? Like how Prosecutor Gavin was originally in love with one of his bandmates, but in reality, he's actually in love with the defense attorney. Trucy!
She'd make a good reporter for a gossip mag. What? A replica. So why wasn't he after it in the first place? Yeah, Lataus! Look, don't talk to me about those Borginians, okay? Just give me that report! Chop, chop.
Stop leaving mysterious objects in my office! It's times like these when I start to miss Daryan. Should have never broken up. I mean... Huh? Hiya.
Just thought we'd drop in. Hope you're not mad.
How could I be? There's not enough tea in the world in any case. Have a seat. Prosecutor Gavin, the philanthropist.
Watch and learn, Apollo.
So, who have you come to see? Clavier, the sexy lead vocalist for the Gavineers, or Prosecutor Gavin, the sexy scourge of the courtroom.
Ooh, that's hard to choose. Apollo, which one?
Way to play it, Clyde. I think he's giving us a choice. Either ask him about the concert or the case. Which way to go? Do we have to choose? Do we have to choose? Hopefully we don't have to choose. Now whenever I listen to Guilty Love play in the background as I'm walking down the street, because my background music is always playing, I hear Daryan's mistake.
That reminds me. Did you see the paper today?
Yes. I always read the TV section.
I only read the comics.
Hey, good girl.
Clavier! Oh, that's so weird. This is Japan. Ikodayo or something like that, maybe. That's a reasonable way to say it, but it sounds weird in English.
Good girl. Here you go. Do you want a treat? Good girl. Good girl. How about you, a hair forehead?
I read the funnies. He really does read the comics.
Then you will not have seen this.
Thanks for coming, Mystery. Hey, Normal. Concert of Tragedy. The Prosecutor's Deadly Song.
Ooh, is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one.
It's not a show. It's an article. You know, some people read the newspaper for news.
Wait, really? Why? That doesn't make sense.
Since getting back from the trial, my phone has been ringing off the hook. How does it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? Do you think you could sing for me over the phone? Actually, that last one happens a lot.
Ooh, that was all Apollo's idea. Hey!
Is that a newspaper over there, too?
Yeah. The Borginian Daily Bugle. Go ahead. Take a look.
Thanks, but I can't read Borginian.
Oh, that's right. Suffice to say, it's big news over there as well. They didn't go far as to mention the lyrics of my song.
Probably no one in Borginia could believe it.
It's probably seen as just a theory at this point. The journalists didn't need to see their need to mention it.
I guess that makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself.
Lamiwa's testimony will probably be the evening edition, I imagine. Which is why I've had Daryan step down from the investigation for now.
Yeah, we ran into him. Why didn't you detain him?
Lamiwa was my invited guest, so it's a rather delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case. Quickly, if possible.
That if you haven't solved the case, Why is the case going to trial? Oh, it has the postcard here, or the thing. It has a picture of him, so everyone in Borginia should know. I'm keeping track of like what news has been reported because it might be relevant to figure out what people know and what people don't know.
I really love that song. It has a great atmosphere.
You co-wrote it with Lamiwa, if I remember correctly, right? That's right. It was last year. I'd gone to tour Borginia's legal system at... Why?
And that's when you heard Lamiwa's voice.
It was a set at a small jazz club. I wept that night.
Is it because it was beautiful?
No, it's because I'm incredibly lonely. I knew I had to meet her, to talk with her. So I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable.
Ooh, what type of influence do you have?
I am very attractive. It's called pretty privilege.
Wow, pretty people really do have a lot of clout.
I think he's sort of a special case, Trucy. Thankfully, she liked the work I did, and we wrote a song right there backstage. Machi on piano, that dulcet voice, and myself on guitar. I borrowed it from Lamois.
And music history was made. The song of a murderer! Probably not an experience your average lawyer will ever have. Like Apollo said.
It's a memory I hold dear. And the song we wrote that night was this. And that very guitar right over there. You mean the charred lump?
Don't call it a lump! That's a piece of history! A man was murdered with that guitar! And it's only brown. It's not really charred. It's only a medium rare.
No matter. I shall never sing that song again.
But you weren't singing.
I wouldn't have used that guitar again either, even if I could have. What happened during that song anyway? Why does his guitar suddenly catch on fire?
You think you could show it to us? Your I mean, medium rare guitar.
I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it? Alright, I guess we'll examine. First of all, what the frick is this chair?
What's wrong, Apollo? You look confused.
I was just wondering where the work chair was in this office. You're looking at my favorite chair right now. That's a massage chair. God dang it. That's an ergonomic adjustable.
Ooh, I love the ones with the vibrating rollers on your back. They feel great. Did I say something wrong?
No. I merely realized the futility of an explanation.
Damn! Damn! You can roast Trucy, but don't roast my boy Apollo like that.
This display shows all the evidence for the case.
Look, he's got 3 televisions.
Hey, don't look at those too closely. I'm still sorting out the details. Each monitor shows evidence for a different case. He does them all at once? Multitasking is not actually a thing, people. Don't do it.
I wish I had 3 TVs.
What could you possibly do with 3 TV sets?
I may look laid back and relaxed, but in reality, I'm quite busy, you know. I'm living the life at turbo speed, doing magic, going to school.
She actually goes to school.
Investigating cases. But if I had 3 big TVs, I could watch the magic video, watch Steel Samurai, and watch another magic video.
The first 2 seem useful.
Wow, look at that stereo.
To me, a life without music is inconceivable. I never turn down the volume, even when I'm working.
He is the worst type of... I would hate to work with this guy. Oh my god.
That's a huge speaker. It must be really loud.
This room is completely soundproof, of course.
Really? At my place, I can hear when the neighbors turn their VCR on.
Oh no! Maybe you can get Mr. Wright to talk to them, work something out.
And lately, we've been getting complaints about Apollo's voice training.
Maybe I'll have a word with Mr. Wright too. Do you live there, Apollo? Can you... Honestly, I don't think we've ever seen any of the main characters' home life. What is this? Oh, I hate those types of chairs, the ones with no backs.
What's that on the plate?
Is that gum?
Gum?
Maybe I was chewing it when the phone rang.
So he put it on the plate for
later consumption.
You'd think a rock star could afford a fresh stick of gum!
Do we want to see what kind of... That's a good point.
Hey, don't jump to conclusions now. That's no chewing gum. Take a closer look. It's a jawbreaker.
At least he has the decency not to disturb. He is using taxpayer dollars to soundproof his office. Why does he just not play his music so loud? What is that? Looks like a lump of plastic.
Wait, that phone call.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy thing? This object?
Looks like Prosecutor Gavin's on the phone.
A replica! So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Lataus!
Prosecutor Gavin, does that have something to do with Lataus?
Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, weren't you?
Who? Us? I tried to stop him, really, but he forced me.
Why? Why? Why is everyone slandering Apollo?
To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. Apparently it's a model of some undercover agent, Mr. Lataus. Oh, it's a model of something undercover agent Lataus was after.
He was after a jawbreaker?
This lump?
Would you mind telling us what you know about it? Was it added to the record? No, it wasn't. Anyway, let's look at the guitar. First, the big wall of guitars. Look at all the guitar. Why so many?
You can never have too many guitars. They're like lover.
This is the type of dude ladies go for. I didn't just hear him say that, did I?
They're backup guitars, Apollo. Don't you know anything? Rock and rollers always smash their guitars at the end of the show.
No wonder it's so hard to make it as music.
You know what? You should try rocking a little, Apollo.
And breaking guitars while he watches? That might be a little too rocking.
Of course. I would never do such a thing. Did I not say? They're like my lovers. You have to caress them gently. Do I seem like such a man who would do this type of thing to the one he loves?
No, not at all. You're Mr. Gavin, the upstanding prosecutor.
What happened to Prosecutor Gavin, God of Rock? Anyway, the guitar. That was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this.
That's the guitar from the concert, isn't it?
Oh yeah. I thought it was the staff playing a gag on me. I never guessed that wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar incidentally.
Oh, did you find anything?
He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. But the results he came up with were intriguing.
Intriguing? How does that guitar tie into everything that went on?
Sounds like something we should ask him about.
Let's start with the guitar.
It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for so many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lamiwa.
How'd it end up here?
She gave it to...
Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse... I wonder if there's a collab going on. What if there's a collaboration going on between Darian and Lamiwa? Maybe it's not one or the other. Maybe it's both. The thing was found on stage. Oh, maybe he's collabing with Machi. It was found in the piano, right?
I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night. She made a present of it.
So the guitar is from Borginia?
That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So, we vacuum packed it in Lamiwa's studio.
That does not look vacuum packed. That looks bubble wrapped.
I use the special shipping service available to me for transporting it.
Everyone, this is where your taxpayer dollars go. And you wonder why people don't like paying taxes. They
Brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched.
See? Prosecutors have a lot of clout.
I still think he's a special case.
Such a valuable guitar. Too bad it got burned.
A gift from Lamiwa. We need to investigate that. What was that you were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results?
That's right! What was that all about?
Well, you know how guitars have a round hole?
Yeah?
It's called the sound.
Looks like you'll commit tax fraud. I mean, I'm telling you, tax fraud is like the way to go. For legal reasons, that was a joke. Frick, my phone. Come on. There we go. So that's what it's called.
Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort.
A broken device?
Wait a second, you didn't need a specialist to find that? Well then, interesting. Okay, so now it is possible that Machi might have been the one who lit... But then again, does the receiver work on both bombs? Or is it one receiver per bomb? So maybe Machi had one receiver and then someone had another receiver? Or not a receiver, a transmitter. This is the receiver.
The examiner is busy with evidence for the case now, however. He'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else.
That device looks strangely familiar.
This was found in Mr. Lataus's bag. It's apparently a replica of something.
A replica?
A small lump about 1.5 inches long. We analyzed it, but there's not much to say other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was used in the identification of whatever it's a replica of.
Was he looking for, like, lizard eggs or something? You mean whatever Mr. Lataus was after? I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, things like, what is it? Biointerference or whatever it's called. Taking for... Hello, am I back? Am I back? Am I back? I think I disconnected for a second. You guys there? I think you guys are there. Okay, yeah, I think my stream is back. Okay, anyway, yeah. Bringing animals and plants to, like, different areas is, like, a massive, massive crime because it can destroy the entire ecosystem. So, yeah.
That seems to be the most logical explanation.
Well, what is it?
Don't ask me, Fräulein.
Yeah, it wasn't your internet connection. I think it was me, but I'm back. Okay.
If you don't want to tell us, you could just say so.
I put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Borginia. But apparently there's a block on information somewhere along the chain.
Oh?
There's something earlier. There's something either Interpol or Borginia doesn't want to share. Something about this little piece of plastic.
Mr. Lataus went through all that trouble to become Lamiwa's manager. Just to come to this country to find out about this lump. And he died for it. Well then.
I've sent someone to the Colosseum to fetch Lamiwa. Perhaps she knows something about it, being Borginian.
So maybe we should go look for her. This place is deserted.
I wonder where Lamiwa went off to.
Sure, she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful.
But I can't help but worry about her a little.
She's in the dressing room? Hi, Emma. Sorry, we're not looking for you. Maybe she's on stage? Hello. We're not looking for you. The governors? Nope. Sunshine Coliseum. Detention Center? Oh, yay. Here we are.
Looks like Machi's in questioning.
The police must have had a Borginian interpreter. It's no fair. I wish we could talk to him.
I guess we'll just have to come back later.
Guess so. Maybe we missed something with Gavin. Oh, I know. This freaking song. It has to be one of these.
What is it, Apollo?
That device was found in your guitar, right? Take a look at this.
That looks like the same thing. What is it?
It's an igniter.
Another one?
It was at the crime scene in Lamiwa's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually.
At the scene of the crime. What could that mean, I wonder? And I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about.
Oh?
Thanks for dropping by, Air Forehead. Why? You gave me so much information. That igniter, for instance. Oh, that. I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help. Or perhaps you're just a tad naive, huh? I guess I could have hit it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing. I could say the same thing to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Oh, get him, Apollo! Thanks for the information. About the plastic. The one that Mr. Lataus was Get him! That's right! You didn't play us. We played you, boy.
Hey, that's right.
I've been thinking, Air Forehead. We encounter many incidents in our lives. All of us. Not all of them are simple. Some of them are wrought with mixed emotions, like love for a rival. And especially not the ones where people are killing to song lyrics. That's why I try to at least remain simple inside. I keep a simple goal. Discover the truth. That's why I like to keep relations civil, yeah? That's all. Well, I can live with that.
Mr. Prosecutor,
Fräulein.
can I ask why you sing in a band?
Oh. Because I want women to turn and look when I walk down the street.
You know, he's honest, and I can respect that. That's pretty simple, too.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time, perhaps.
Oh, maybe now we can go to the sunshine. Oh, hey, look at this. Emma! Oh, it's you. You came at a good time. Hey, Emma. Either of you know where Lamiwa is? I saw her in the backstage hallway a little while ago, but she left. That's strange. What's strange? I can't find her. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. Lamiwa is missing. Oh no!
What if Darian is trying to get to her for being a witness?
It's hard to imagine her wandering off on her own. Being that she's blind and all. Yeah, we'll help you look for her. Great, thanks. No, go, backstage, go. That's why Darian was here! She was in the... No, we checked Gavinier's dressing room. She was in Lamiwa's dressing room, so she wasn't there. Backstage. No. If she wasn't in Lamiwa, then the stage. July... Oh, no. It's dark.
The stage is...
No. We do not need another body reveal. We do not need another body reveal. Oh, my God. Oh, my freaking God, no. No, don't do this. Don't. A body has been discovered! No, we do not need one. Hey, how's it going, Nishi? Please. The power breaker must be off for this section. Great. It's Sunday. Oh, hey. Happy Sunday.
I'll go get someone.
Oh, thank God. Oh, do you see the base case?
It was really dark out there.
Dark, that's all Lamiwa has when you think about it. What would it be like to live in a world of darkness?
Hey, Apollo.
What?
Doesn't something about the stage seem different?
Like something's changed?
I can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me. Where are you from, Nishimiya?
Now it's bugging me too. What's she talking about?
Oh, please be okay.
Hey, that case! Wasn't that open before?
I guess someone closed it.
Wait. Look where the case closes.
Something's sticking out. It doesn't look like an instrument. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. You don't think it's...
Let's open it, Apollo! Emma, we need to get Emma!
Miwa was... Emma ran around barking orders, making phone calls. Trucy clung to my arm and cried, "Oh, Trucy, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Your Oni-chan is here." And it was me, still in shock. Two bodies. Two bodies? Bodies? No, please.
Emma, how's Lamiwa? Is she okay?
You. We all owe you a big thanks for sure.
So she's okay?
Yeah, she came to a short while ago. You found her before it was too... Oh, thank God. Was she running out of air or something?
That's good to hear.
So what happened? Someone attacked... Yes! Yes! He was coming back to finish the job! By who? We don't know.
But they hit her on the forehead, right?
Oh, Trucy, she's blind.
How could she not... Oh...
Right. Would you like to see her? Is that all right? She wants to thank you for saving her life. Oh, thank God. I swear to God, if she died, I would be... Namiwa.
Mr. Attorney, you were the one who found me. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart.
I'm just glad you're okay. I would have had a revenge arc. Oh my God. I would have had a whole villain arc, man. Tell me what happened.
It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone coming to see me, but they said nothing. I went to return to my dressing room.
And you were hit?
I knew that very moment. I knew. The assailant was trying to kill me.
No.
It was lucky for me, the first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me. I could hear footsteps. Yet I reached the stage first.
Why the stage?
I had overheard maintenance people talking. The power to the stage area was off for electrical work.
That's actually some really quick thinking. Because she'd be better in the dark than he would be. AKA Dorian!
Darkness is my ally. There was a contrabass case near the stage. That is where I hid.
So the assailant couldn't see you.
Once in the case, I'm afraid I passed out.
Oh. Quick thinking.
And oh man, this is. She doesn't deserve this.
Do you have any idea who it might have been?
Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word.
Too bad.
When I consider I was struck high on the forehead, I concluded whoever hit me was taller than me.
How tall is she? I don't know. Good point. She's sharp.
You're much taller than I am. You're about as tall as Apollo.
So that means it was likely an adult. Probably a man. Could it be him?
But why would anyone attack you, Lamiwa?
She could differentiate how different footsteps are. Yeah. Well, I wonder. Although I don't think she ever heard Darion like that much. The only time she ever interacted with him was in the thing, right? The only time she ever interacted with him was in the courtroom.
The detective asked me this too. And to her, I gave you the same answer I give you. I do not know.
Oh yeah, and when she overheard him. Is there anything to investigate? That must be a recovering patient. He keeps staring at us. What's so unusual about an attorney and a magician? Nothing there. The door down the hall reads X-ray room. I never did like X-rays. I don't think I'd enjoy looking at someone's insides. Spotting nervous habits is intense enough. Have you ever noticed how different people sound when walking? I do notice that. Although my walking is very distinct because I generally wear sandals, so people can generally tell when I'm walking, because generally people wear sneakers. When I'm wearing sandals, like, it makes a very different sound. So people can pretty much identify when I'm coming from like an entire hallway away. A nurse watches, hawk-like, from the reception desk. She glares at me whenever I talk. Maybe my voice carries? Some visitors are here in the waiting room, watching TV. Murder during a concert at Sunshine Coliseum. Looks like we're on the news. With his current hit song, Guilty Love, is in the courtroom as a prosecutor, singing the defendant all the way to death row. Prosecutor Gavin. Prosecutor Gavin, that. Where's my 15 minutes, huh? The Guitar Serenade on sale now. Sorry, Apollo. You're just a lowly defense attorney. Nothing to talk about. Hey, do you know anything about this? I wanted to ask you about this. Do you know what this is?
This is what?
Mr. Lataus was carrying it. It's a replica of the thing he was after.
He was after. You know, in his secret identity. An undercover agent. Ba-da-ba-ba-da, pew pew. So that's what he was doing.
You mean, you know what?
Yes. I know, of course. This must be a Borginian cocoon.
It's a butterfly?
Or rather, a convincing replica thereof.
Why haven't I heard of a Borginian cocoon before? Because they probably keep it under wraps?
Why would he be carrying this around? Was it some kind of souvenir? I wonder.
Can you tell us more? Yeah.
Well, they call it Borginian. It must only be found in Borginia. For certain, all in Borginia know of this. It's a cocoon, so do you get silk from it? I do not know the details. I'm sorry to say.
I thought she said all in Borginian. She said she wasn't Borginian, right? She just happened to wake up in Borginia or something like that.
There is one fact I do know about the cocoon. Something all in Borginia know.
What is that?
The cocoons. They are not to be taken out of the country.
Huh? Why? Why?
If someone does and is caught, they will be put to
Oh my. So, yeah, it could be an invasive So Mr. Lataus was trying to execute someone. Or at least bring them back to be executed.
to death?
Why?
I do not know. Yet if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there is a good reason.
But this is just a piece of plastic! He was carrying a replica. But looking for the real deal? That's my best guess.
So that's what he was up to?
Tracking down Borginian cocoons. That sounds silly, but I know invasive species can be like a serious crime.
It seems I was marked. Marked? Life changed for me with the popularity of my songs.
Oh, because she goes in and out of the country a lot.
I began to travel around the world. So you could have brought those Borginian cocoons with you. On my trips, yes. That was probably the suspicion.
But why would somebody bring an invasive species here? Right? There must be some reason other than just to destroy the ecosystem. Right? Because those are big things. You have to consciously carry it, right? It was like this big on Gavin's desk. And Mr. Lataus was placed as an undercover agent to look into it.
Borginia is small, sheltered country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside. Is that why they suspected you?
But Mr. Lataus wasn't a Borginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent. I mean, you could be a Borginian Interpol agent.
What, Apollo?
There must be some reason why Borginia doesn't want those cocoons getting out. And some reason why people do. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved.
Like what? How could such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion?
Cocoon smuggling. Mr. Lataus, Lamiwa marked. Couldn't be her. And one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking to us, Lamiwa.
It was the least I could do.
Actually, I have one more request.
If it is within my power.
I need an interpreter. Someone who speaks Borginian.
Apollo?
Oh, we got him now. If Machi is a cocoon smuggler, he better talk, because his life freaking depends on it. Oh my god, he better talk to me. Right? If he is tried in our court system, he will not die. Right? We don't have the death penalty for smuggling cocoons. You may go to jail, but hey, if you want to get off scot-free for this crime, you're going to be found by Interpol, and they will execute him. I wonder if he was trying to sell it to someone. Maybe he needs money? Like the classic, my sister is sick, and I needed money, so I had to do something illegal. Would you come with us? If you're well enough?
I see. Yes, of course, I shall accompany you.
Where are we?
Where are we going?
Come on, Trucy. We're about to get to the bottom of this.
What up, boy who can speak English? We back. Machi, we came to talk to you about the case.
Machi.
Could you interpret for us? Now he can't get out with the language barrier.
Yes.
Machi, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. When we still thought you were blind. Now we know the truth. You can see, right?
I was completely fooled. You don't fool a magician. Magicians fool you.
Machi, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us?
Oh, you reacted to that. You heard what I said, huh? But I was speaking English.
Wait, Mr. Attorney. What do you mean by secret?
We didn't ask. Oh, wait, I asked you to do a favor for us. Lamiwa. You're not here to talk for him. You're here to interpret. Just interpret, okay? What do I mean by secret? You didn't. If he's Borginian, he should know this carries the death penalty, right? If I'm not mistaken. You know something about this, don't you?
Oh, got him!
We got a reaction. A big one. Machi, you didn't.
Trucian and I are trained to see people's uncertainty through magical alien superpowers. Not that I would have needed any training to see that. Apollo, stop taunting him. He's just a 14-year-old kid.
Mr. Attorney, please tell me what...
Lamiwa, please, just interpret.
Very well.
I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution and have them look into it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
He asked you to wait. He asked you to wait. No, don't be so hasty. Machi? Do you know everything?
Yes, everything. Well, sort of. But don't include the well, sort of.
Have him tell us about it. Very well.
All right, boy. Let's have a little chat. Tell me, why are you out here smuggling, trying to destroy ecosystems of Japan/America? I'm still not sure.
What is this cocoon anyway? The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure.
It's a cure. Maybe it's like one of those things where like certain animals have like for example, like maybe like if you mix certain insects together, like the old alchemy types of things, maybe it actually like, you know, sometimes certain things help. Like certain animals produce certain materials or something like that that can help you with some sort of cure.
A cure?
Just cure some disease.
It's a cure
For incuritis. Okay. 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 That's like saying like it's like, oh, you say you're sick, huh? What are you sick with? In flu. Itis. Likely story. What's your name? What's your name, huh? Jacket Sofature. A cure for incuritis?
But if it's a cure, why keep it in Borginia like that?
I actually don't know.
Just think of all the lives they can save by sharing. I do not understand the reasons myself.
Yes. My name is, Human.
I do not understand the reasons myself.
Okay. Well, we know what it is. It's a cure. Mr. Lataus was after cocoon smuggling. Wait. Was my... Congratulations, Apollo. You figured it out.
Machi, you weren't. He couldn't be a smuggler. He just wears shades indoors like some sort of shady person. Oh, he is a smuggler.
Well, you're only 15 and you're a magician.
Well, that's true. I am sort of a magician.
She said sort of. I would have a copy of that security camera tape.
Machi, are you a smuggler? Ooh, ah, ee. Ah, ooh, 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 ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah.
Hey, I didn't ask you guys to have a conversation. I just need to know what he's saying.
He won't tell me. First he plays blind, now he plays dumb, and then soon he's gonna be playing dead.
I wonder. Do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? If Machi really did bring one into the country, was he planning on making a deal for its sale? Uh-oh.
I can't go home. Can't go home? I can't go home to Borginia. I do not want to go home.
I mean, there are still some small countries out there who have, like, really severe penalties. Like, you know, stoning people and hanging people. Those are still punishments used in some countries.
The penalty for taking a cocoon from Borginia is death.
That's right. It's punishable by death.
About the case. What about the case?
He wants to tell us about Mr. Lataus' death. Well, thank you. This meeting's over? No! Daryan! What do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over yet! Yeah, well, there's a call from Machi from the Borginian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry, pal. 5 more minutes. We can call him back. Sorry, that's a no-go. Come, piano boy. We getting out of here. Daryan, wait. I never liked you. Either of you.
I knew we were so close. He was about to tell us. Paulo.
He didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say.
Paulo.
There can only be one reason why.
Why is everyone ignoring me?
Oh, it's okay, Trucy. Everyone's just thinking. They're not ignoring you. Oh, sorry. This is it. I know who I'm after now. It all happens tomorrow in court. Will Shark Boy end up sleeping with the fishies? Find out next time. Yeah, Daria. Oh, Daria. Oh, this ball's going down. He is so freaking dead. I swear to God. Oh my God. If I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it. Okay. Darian was working with Machi to smuggle some expensive stuff, or maybe, I don't know, some sort of bioweapon or something. I don't know. They were smuggling something into the country. Roman Lataus was about to catch him. So he shot Roman Lataus and put the blame on Machi. And so he can kill two birds with one stone. He kills Roman Lataus, Machi ends up in jail, and he gets off for free. How awful can this? I swear, I really hope, what's his name? Machi wasn't involved in, like, the killing. I really hope he wasn't actually involved in the killing. If it turns out this was like a plot with both him and Darian, I'm going to be so sad. I'm going to be so sad if he actually has some level of guilt for the killing. Like, the smuggling thing, it's bad, but I'm going to be honest, like, smuggling items, to me, honestly, some of these international laws, if it's not like a bioweapon, for example, like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what that cocoon is. But if it's not a bioweapon and if it's not an invasive species, then maybe it's just one of those, like, stuck-up governments who won't let people take their treasure or something like that. And so that would be, and so, like, maybe that's just like I don't care. That's something I wouldn't care about. If it is like a bioweapon or something, like, that would be not great. Hey, how's it going, Trey? But if it's just like a stuck-up government saying we need to keep our treasure inside the country because that's how we are, then I don't think his crime is all that bad. Even if it is kind of like a high government, it's like a really, it's a bad crime in Borginian, from Borginian law. But in my eyes, it's not that bad. Hey, Mana, truth or dare? Truth. Because it's really hard to do a dare while I'm on screen. Machi better have a good reason. Yeah, Machi better have a... I mean, you guys know how these cases are. They usually find a way to tug at your heartstrings. Maybe his mom was dying or something like that. It can't... I don't think... It definitely... Well, at least I don't think it compares to murder. Yeah, but... Oh, my goodness. I'm really concerned for Machi, man. Like, he seems like a troubled kid, but he doesn't seem like a bad kid. He doesn't deserve to be put to death. Yeah, I mean, I will remind you, jail is actually a very new concept when it comes to legality in terms of human history, right? Like, it's like, oh, well, jails existed for some hundreds of years. It's like, yeah, that's really new. Most punishments throughout all of human history were like, you steal something, you get your hand chopped off. You do something wrong, you get executed. You dare, but I didn't say dare, I said truth. Yeah, but is Haru your girl in Persona 5? Well, yes, along with all the other girls. Yeah, I mean, Daryan is a cop, right? He's a detective, right? So he could probably orchestrate something to do with this whole smuggling thing. February 14th. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have absolutely no idea. What is February 14th? It has nothing to do with Persona. It's just a regular day. I definitely didn't get murdered by all the girls. But yeah, I think this is going to be I hope everything turns out okay. I think we know how we know the case now. This is one of the reasons, by the way, I generally don't do the prime sus thing on Phoenix Wright games or Ace Attorney games, because I already know the answer. The answer is already clear. It's just how do we prove it? Right? So I think it's going to be kind of tough if Daryan can, like, for example, he can suppress evidence and stuff like that. That's going to be really hard. It's going to be really hard to deal with. Yeah, I think Machi's gonna have to confess to smuggling if he wants to get out of the. If he doesn't want to get convicted for murder, he's going to have to confess to smuggling, which is going to be tough for him because he knows that in his home country that carries a death penalty. So that's going to be really tough for him. But we may have to provide him asylum in Japan/America, Japanifornia. I think we may have to give him asylum. He cannot. I don't think he can return to Borginia. Yeah, I don't think he's ever going back to Borginia, which is kind of sad. That's actually really. But he is an orphan, so at least he's not really leaving anyone behind. He was an orphan. I think she said he was an orphan. Man. I really like cases like these, by the way, because it's a reminder that, life is life, man. Sometimes people's lives just suck. That's just sometimes you just have to deal. Right? These are the best types of cases, I think. Right? It's not trying to teach you anything. It's not trying to give you some sort of moral. It's like you have people in no-win situations, and no matter what they do, they lose. Now, what do they do? That's a question that's always a question that you can ask, right? I was actually thinking of Ghost of Tsushima. If you guys remember Ghost of Tsushima, right? Lamiwa is Machi as a family. They could join our family. Right? Now we can represent an actual piano player. We have a talent agency, right? Yeah, I was thinking of Ghost of Tsushima recently. And one of the reasons why I think a lot of people really, really, really liked that game was because it wasn't clear what was considered a good choice. Right? It's and that's one of the types of things that I always encourage when it comes to writing, right? One of the things that makes a good story is when the choice isn't clear. What is the right choice to make? In this case, it's very similar, right? Are we supposed to force him to confess, even though he will get the death penalty in Borginia, and then give him asylum so that he can never go back home? But that's the right thing to do because it would be the truth. And we just have Phoenix who chills.
right? So which choice is the right choice? Well, that's an excellent question. Yeah. Man, these are... I don't know, just... these types of stories make you think, you know? Yeah. Like, I think a lot of the Ace Attorney games were really good in, you know, creating scenarios where things aren't always very clear. Like some of the, I've noticed that some of the trials that people, or like, for example, in Danganronpa, the trials that people don't like, or in Danganronpa and Phoenix Wright, I think they're the ones that clearly don't have a right or wrong answer. Or they're the trials that people don't like, they're the ones where there's clearly a good guy and a bad guy. If that makes sense, right? Trial number 3 of Danganronpa 2, right? Manakyn was clearly the bad guy, right? Trial number 3 of Danganronpa 1, Celeste was clearly the bad guy, right? Trial number 4 of Danganronpa V3, it's not clear who the bad guy was. That's why people like that trial so much. Is the murderer the bad guy? Now, what about Kokichi? It's like, is he the bad guy? It's not clear who the bad guy is. That's what people like in storytelling. Like, people don't like Trial 3 of Danganronpa V3 either, because it's very clear who the bad guy is. But trial number 1, Danganronpa V3, it's very unclear who the bad guy is. And when it's unclear, that means you're not pushing a moral. You're pushing an aspect of humanity, right? You pit, right? Oh wait, here is a crash course in writing a good story. Just throw 2 morals and put them against each other. Crash course in writing a great story. Like, put 2 morals and force them against each other, right? Should the hobo steal a loaf of bread because his daughter is starving? That is, there, you have a great story. Suddenly you have an amazing story. Right, because stealing is wrong and letting your daughter starve is also wrong. So which one do you do? That's how you write a great story. So for all you writers out there, I always like to talk about storytelling and writing and how to write good stories and how to create good characters. So this is my crash course in writing a good story. Put 2 things that are clearly wrong, or 2 morals that are clearly competing, and just throw them against each other. And you don't have to have one win. This is actually let me tell you, this is a very Japanese way of storytelling. You know how a lot of American media, look at Marvel, for example, the good guys, they always win, right? The good guys in the end, like, we overcame struggles and eventually we saved the day, and that type of thing, right? That's very common in American style storytelling, right? We like the underdog. The underdog's the good guy and he's gonna win, and these big strong dudes, they're the bad guys, they're the bullies, and eventually we'll overcome. Japanese storytelling doesn't really have that type of thing. In Japanese stories, the good guy loses a lot. Like, in fact, I might even argue there might be more stories where the good guy loses than the good guy winning. And the best, like the epitome of Japanese storytelling is a story where even when the good guys win, they still lose.
That's why I really liked the story of Ghost of Tsushima. If you guys remember, I've been thinking about Ghost of Tsushima lately because they just announced the Ghost of Yote, which is supposed to be the follow-up sequel to the Ghost of Tsushima. And that has its own discussions right now, and I don't want to think about discussing Ghost of Yote, but Ghost of Tsushima was such a good story because even at the end, when Jin beats the Mongols, he still loses everything. Like, even though he won, he lost, man. Like, I remember, chapter 3, it's like spoilers for Ghost of Tsushima, but in the beginning of chapter 3, when he buries his horse, it's actually very, very sad. And one of the really heartbreaking things, a lot of people don't realize why it's so sad when animals die. The reason why it's so sad when animals die is because often animals mean something very significant that isn't just an animal, right? When Jin buries his horse, it's not because, oh, an animal died, now I'm sad. And it's like, oh, well, does Jin care more about humans? No. The reason why Jin burying his horse is so sad is because that is literally the only person he had left. Person in quotes. It's the only creature. It's the only thing he had left. And it died. And he says, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. God, I'm tearing up right now. And, and him saying, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, it isn't just directed at the horse. It's directed at every single person he has lost. And it manifests itself in this final creature that dies. And so when he says, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, he's really saying, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you to every single thing he lost, which is everything. So that is a really good scene. Man. Oh, man. I don't know why I thought of making a story about an antagonist who lost their memory and seeing the pain and the consequences of their action. I think that is a fantastic story, right? Because it is a very big conflict of interests, right? It's a very big conflict of morals, right? We actually had that discussion earlier, right? Right? If a person has amnesia, but they committed a crime beforehand, should they go to jail? I don't know. Ask Light Yagami, right? But yeah, that's really good. If you can paint it in a way where there are two competing morals against each other and both sides are right and both sides are wrong, then that's when you have a good story. And a lot of people, they like to write a story with a definite good and bad person. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of storytellers aren't very successful, unfortunately, right? So if you want to write a good story, write a story that... If you want to write a really good story that's very Japanese, and let's be real here, I think the Japanese are some of the best storytellers. You write a story where no matter what happens, you lose. By the way, for those of you who watch Naruto, if you ask me, Naruto shouldn't have continued into Shippuden. For those of you who don't remember, Shippuden is when Naruto turned like 16, and then he came back to the village to try to get Sasuke. If you ask me, it should have ended with Sasuke leaving the village. Spoilers for Naruto, I apologize. For the same reason. Because you don't always need a happy ending to make the story good. You understand that? Yeah. For all you writers out there, and artists, similar thing, really, right? If you want to make something really powerful, like visually, you put two competing morals against each other. Like, photographers, they seek that perfect shot. They always seek that perfect shot where there's like a bird that is in front of a trash can or something like that. It was reminding you of Epic the Musical. Epic the Musical? I've never heard of that. Is an adaptation of Homer's Odyssey. The creation was a musical documented through Jorge's TikTok. What? This was a musical on TikTok? Huh. That's interesting. I'll have to check that out later. Yeah, but, you know, for artists out there, you know, photographers, there's always looking for that opportunity to show, like, nature, but nature surrounded by chaos of the world or something like that. Because, you know, it invokes the idea of two different morals competing against each other. Right? I'll tell you, the best photographers, when it comes to things like political, right? Political stuff, right? Why are there two different sides when it comes to politics? Well, there are multiple sides. Because no matter what you do, it hurts someone. So the best photographers, or this is a dead breed, by the way. These types of journalists are god. Nobody cares about them anymore because they don't invoke that clickbait type of thing that you get a lot of views for and a lot of money for online. Right? But, you know, back in newspaper era, there were a lot, or like maybe Time magazine era, when people were still reading print, there were photographers that went out and they tried to capture the perfect shot, not of one side suffering, not of the other side suffering, but both suffering and both suffering at the same time in the same shot. And that is very difficult to do. Right? Some of the greatest, you know, photographers, that is what they do, right? They seek out things that clearly show two sides that are competing against each other. And both sides are correct and wrong at the same time. And that's how you make a story. That's how you make art. That's how you make... well, music is a little bit more complicated, but... But music follows a similar formula. It's just not as obvious what those two sides are. But yeah, I know some of you guys, you guys know who you are, who are looking to do writing and like for games, for video games. It's like, you know, pay attention to what's working, what's not working in the video game industry, and understand why. You'll notice every single time it's because the really good stories, the really good artistic stories, the really good artistic performances, they're the ones where no matter what you do, something is wrong. Or no matter what you do, something is suffering. Or no matter what you do, it's like everything you do, no matter what you do, is always wrong. That is a good story. I don't know how we got here from Phoenix Wright or Apollo Justice. It's based on Greek. Yeah, I saw that. It was based on the Odyssey. Yeah, they say it was the adaptation of Homer's Odyssey. The Troy Saga and the Cyclops Saga? That's funny. You watched a video summarizing the Odyssey? Oh yeah? Did you like it? What did you think of it? The Odyssey is... Man, the Odyssey, man. You know... I used to hate literature, by the way. It wasn't until maybe senior year of high school where I actually started paying attention to literature. And I included the literature, my exploration on literature on in my college essay. That's how I got into college. It's like, oh, I read. Look at me, I'm smart. But, yeah. But understanding literature how do I say this? I never particularly liked English class. And the reason why I didn't like English class had nothing to do with the fact that, it had nothing to do with the fact that the English classes were bad or anything, or they weren't teaching us the right way. The reason why I didn't like English class is because they were full of edgy teenagers who didn't really understand the world. If that makes sense. It's the same reason why I didn't like literature until maybe I was like 17 or 18. Right? Because I was an edgy teenager, just like everyone else. And so I thought like, oh, this is silly. Of course I understand this stuff. You know, it's not until you actually read something like an actual, like a classic. I always go back to Dostoevsky, but you know, it's not until you read like a classic, like the Iliad, or maybe the or maybe I don't know, the Inferno, right? Dante Alighieri, the Divine Comedy. It's not until you read those and you realize that almost everything in those stories, in those pieces of literature, especially the ones that have been what is it called? Preserved for generations upon generations upon generations. It's not until you realize that every single thing in there is actually a direct impact or a direct correlation or a direct understanding of humanity in disguise. And then you start to realize, you start to appreciate it. Right? The best stories are actually not stories at all. They are actual, like, explorations of humanity just in disguise. The best stories almost are like psychology experiments. Right? The Iliad, the Odyssey, they do that perfectly. That's the reason. There's a reason why those stories have been preserved for generations. By the way, the Bible does that. Even if you're not religious, I highly recommend you read the Bible, because you'd be surprised how much interesting stuff is in there just in terms of storytelling. In fact, I would argue that the Bible is probably one of the best examples of storytelling there is. Even if you're not religious, by the way, right? Any writer who's worth their salt, who writes stories, at least they respect the Bible, because they understand how good it is at storytelling. There's a reason why the Bible has lasted some thousands of years. Well, the Torah, I suppose. The Old Testament's longer than the Bible, but if you have to read anything, read the Old Testament. What if religious trauma? I mean, try, I would say. Obviously, don't force it, but like, things like, here's the thing, right? Religious trauma, right? I don't want to press you for your religious trauma or anyone else's. So I'm not going to try to push too hard in that. So I'm just going to try to go around the subject and try to explain it, if you don't mind. I don't want to, unless you want to tell me, but I won't force you. But whether or not it's a religion, or if we want to like really push the idea of religious trauma, you could look at things like cults, right? There's a reason why cults are very successful. Because certain cults, they are capable of telling stories that are very compelling. So even if you realize, oh, this is a cult, pay attention to the types of things they say. And let me be honest with you, no person on Twitter would ever give you this advice, because they'll say like, oh no, because then you'll join the cult. And it's like, oh, you'll be influenced by them. It's like, no, I trust you guys to be smart enough to realize the difference between a story and joining a cult. You know, it's like, so like, I don't know exactly what religious trauma you particularly mean, but it's like, try to figure out, if you can, try to figure out a way to differentiate between your experiences and the experiences of characters and stories. And that is hard to do. That is very hard to do. Every time you go to a movie theater to watch Spider-Man, you're not really watching Spider-Man. You're kind of picturing yourself as, what would I do in Spider-Man's situation? You're kind of like looking at like, oh, if I was Spider-Man, I would do this. If I was Spider-Man, how would I improve the situation? That's really, functionally, you can say that's a religious experience, right? So you do it all the time, right? It's just very difficult to do when you're conscious of it. Right? Every time you read a story, you're doing it, especially if you connect to the characters, because you're kind of understanding, okay, well, these characters can have an impact and they can, you know, have some sort of relationship they still have some sort of like relevance in my life, even though they aren't particularly real, and I can also acknowledge that they're not real. Right? So I don't know if that helps. Hopefully it can. You know, you do it all the time. So just, you know, try to just do it more consciously, if that makes sense. I hope it helps. Just a hypothetical. I liked your thoughts on it. Okay, sure. Still, you know, that whether or not it's a hypothetical, I think my thoughts don't really change. Yeah, so... But writing is hard. Writing is hard. Storytelling is hard. Understanding stories is hard. You know, understanding a story, reading a story might be harder than writing a story. Like, reading a story in an actual, real, like, nuanced way might actually be harder than writing a story. Because when you're writing a story, you don't have to understand it. You just have to write it down. But then once you read it, you're like, oh, okay, why does that make sense? Why is that, right? You know, a lot of the best writers in the world, they don't even realize what they're writing half the times. A lot of the best writers in the world, they just write something like, oh, yeah, that does work. That does make sense. And that's because they let the characters take over. They let the characters decide what they want, and they put them in impossible situations. You can say they're kind of abusive towards their characters. They put them in situations where there's no chance of winning, and they say, get out of this. I don't know what you write. Well, maybe you're a better writer than you think you are. And if you think you're a good writer, then maybe you're even better than a good writer. Artists putting their OCs through angst. My mother killed my father, and my sister killed my brother, and now I gotta kill my dad. Put in a good chunk of pain. I was forced to train in the world's most brutal assassination camp, where I learned to suppress my feelings. Now I feel nothing but power. And every time I look to the sky, I'm reminded of all my friends that I killed in order to get here. I feel nothing but anger and rage. Yeah, I mean, putting your characters through pain is okay, but you have to make sure that the pain is actually real, right? You don't want to put in fake pain, right? I'm going to kill off his parents just because I want to make him angry. It's like, you don't want to do that. He needs pain. Okay, kill everyone. Beep. make this character committed in a time.
I killed my family, but this was for their sake. I killed my family to protect them.
Jokes aside, I see why they like him. I do too. You know, one thing I really liked about Itachi's character wasn't actually his character. It was more like what he represented. Like, for the most part, Itachi, like, for pretty much like the first half of Naruto, what is Bill Cipherand? What is Bill Cipherand? Oh my. Gravity Falls, right. Oh, Bill Cipher, yes. Yeah, but like Itachi's a really interesting character because he is functionally not a character. He, like, the way he was used for at least the first part of Naruto. The way Itachi was used was he was functionally a concept, and he was the concept of evil, right? And, you know, it's like, and then when you meet Itachi, he just, like, destroys everyone. He just, like, murders everyone. It's like, you have, like, the strongest people you know. You got, Kakashi and Might Guy and, Kurenai and, Asuka. They all, like, fight him, and he just murders them. Then he walks up to Sasuke, and Sasuke tries to fight him, and he beats the crap out of them. Because there was no chance Sasuke was ever gonna get close to him. Right? So, and then here comes Naruto, and then Sasuke realizes he's not even interested in me. He doesn't give a damn about me. Like, it's like the reason why Itachi is interesting is because he wasn't really a character. He was actually a representation of all that is evil. And they kind of used him as a catalyst for Naruto and Sasuke to realize there are terrible things out there. What are you gonna do about it? And and when Itachi appears, that was when, you know, Naruto and Sasuke first actually start splitting up. Right? That was when they started splitting up, because, you know, the way they introduced Itachi was not like, this is a new character and he's really cool. And I get, like, he was really cool when he damn, I would totally, like, lick his ears. What? I mean, but in all seriousness, he appeared, he wasn't a character. He was literally, like, just the epitome of all that is terrible. And he appears, and then Naruto and Sasuke realize, this is what I'm dealing with. This is the world, right? So functionally, he is like a concept of everything that is awful in the world, and there is nothing you can do about it. And then Naruto starts realizing, well, I gotta follow this path. And then Sasuke realizes, well, I gotta follow this path. It's one of the reasons why people like his character so much, and I don't think people realize why they like his character so much. Because at the very least, at the beginning of Naruto, functionally, he was not a character. He was a concept. And that's what makes him so good. Because he wasn't one character. He was like the infinite number of characters and chaos that exists. That was him. That was Itachi. Right, up to that point, he murdered, as far as you knew, he just murdered people for fun. And up to that point, that's all you knew about him. He murdered people for fun, then he comes back and kicks your ass, and then he's like, well, you gotta deal with the reality now. That's why I loved his introduction. And then they turned it, and then Naruto became like a world of Super Saiyans, and I was like, okay, well, that's one of the reasons why I think Naruto should have ended at the end of the original Naruto and not Naruto Shippuden, but yeah. So if you, I don't know if that analysis was solicited or not. So if it wasn't, sorry, but yeah. You saying like people like, jokes aside, you see why they like him? Yeah, because he's not a character, he's an idea, right? Eventually he became a character, and then they're like, oh well, what about your brother? I was like, oh, my brother, and they created a whole backstory and history behind him. But for the most part, in pretty much all of the original Naruto, he was just an idea, and that's the cool thing, right? So that's an example of, actually, I think that's a great example of great writing, because you could use characters to be different things, right? Not all characters have to be like a character that has like a clear like relevance to the story. Functionally, Itachi has no relevance to the story, at least not at that point. Yeah, so just my 2 cents on that. And you can see a lot of characters that people like, especially the ones that girls simp for. They're often not characters. They're often more concepts. Like a lot of and anime does this a lot. They use a character not to represent an actual character, but to represent the force that is all destructive and all powerful that you will never be able to overcome. That's what some characters represent. Like, they represent, like, you know, the guilt of, you know, reality, or they represent, like, the force that is unsurmountable, or they represent, like, a lot of characters in anime are not characters. And it's a clever way of using the characters, so just a few literary skills for you guys. Yeah, anyway. I talk about literature a lot in this. Manga is literature! Thank you, Natsuki. Anyway, I better get going. I always love having these chats with you guys, even, like, especially the very deep chats. But anyway, I better get going. Finally, an excuse for English. All right, everyone, get out your pencils. Today, we will be writing an epic. Yeah, I used to hate English class until, you know, it wasn't until, once again, until senior year where I started really enjoying it, because you start to realize that a lot of these stories have actually nothing to do with their stories. They're explorations. Yeah, so I hope that helped you guys enjoy stories too. Anyway, I better get going. I need dinner. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night. I always feel sad when I end on Saturday because I know I'm not going to be streaming for another 2 days. But I'll see you guys soon. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night. If you have any quests for me, I'll see you all next time.